Sorry, everybody. This is what happens. We're in the flow, and
We're in the
sometimes there's some
creation.
things that show up that we don't want to deal with, or exactly have to take a step back for just a minute. So this is an opportunity to just breathe. Just breathe. And just close your eyes for just 1 second and take a check in with your physical body. Are you in your body? It's a good place to start. Yeah, there we go. Pull back the energy. Yeah. All right. I'm just trying to pull up so back to our special very guest, and she is an incredible woman. She's an incredible healer, and she's a visionary. Actually, Helen O'Reilly is a renowned therapist. She's an award-winning author and a co-founder of the quantum sound therapy. And her groundbreaking work in sound frequencies and quantum scalar energy vortex technology has transformed lives globally, reducing stress for thousands. And as a distinguished alumni, she has a graduate degree from the University of Chicago. Helen has earned her recognition as the best therapist and an honoree co-creating in the Quantum Miracle iCube. I think that's how we say it, Helena. You're going to have to tell us.
Yes.
And she specializes in helping high-achieving female entrepreneurs overcome burnout and achieve their full potential. So get ready to be inspired by Helen O'Reilly's transformational mission. Welcome, Helena.
Thank you for having us. We're happy to be here.
Yeah, well, okay, I had to hit okay before we showed up here on my screen, so apologize. So yeah, so Helena, you've had a long journey, it seems like, been on the path quite a long time. Would you like to share with us how that all began? What was it that inspired you to being where you are today?
Yeah, so I always say now I was born this way. So I was born with my clairs open. So I started, and the story of my birth was that I was called the miracle child because my mother she had 5 miscarriages, partial hysterectomy, tubular pregnancy, and adopted 3 children when I was conceived. She had papers in for the fourth. So my arrival here was an interesting one. And as a result, I I was wired differently. So I had to listen to my intuition. I sort of knew intuitively that if I didn't, I would die. I just knew that. So the beginning of my childhood, I started actually developing and evolving into what you see today because I studied music and sound and so on and so forth. But honestly, it wasn't something that I went to school for or acquired. The technology was co-created with my partner, the late Robert Loy. So this journey was just part of my soul essence. And it was here because I could see the stress that my family was under, despite, living in quite successful circumstances. They were under such a stress that I could not really understand. And that's how I ended up in an attempt to heal the family unit. I became who I am today, and to also live within that density, which was challenging for me. So still is.
Well, yeah,
And
I think our challenges are what, it's sort of the pressure that creates the diamond.
yes, absolutely. And what I learned was that the power of intuition would only come to me in silence, usually, but in a very quiet voice that I had to learn to discern, because it seemed otherwise, that if I didn't discern that voice, and even you see my work today, that's all been intuitively guided. And honestly, I know you were asking me this one question, that honestly, I think one of the major issues that you have to overcome is that sometimes it seems irrational to people on the outside. Your intuitive voice and the access to this alternative reality they tend to judge, and we're in a highly analytical left brain time because for thousands of years, this dominant analysis and the acquisition of limited knowledge, and so much of it is distorted. So now the time is to begin to listen to our own being and then to act that out on the stage. That's where the rewards will be going into the future. But what I learned was that if I didn't, this is a really specific message. If I did not listen, usually things became very complicated. So for example, one of the major times that I did not listen to my intuition, I ended up with a massive blood clot. And I do dows. I use, I actually use an instrument. And so it's really important when these messages come in because it's often from your guidance team, and you need to take action on it, because when you do, you actually receive more. It opens your path. So when you see someone that's experiencing expansion, success, it almost seems to be not being as impacted by some of the stresses in the reality. What you need to know is that usually they are tuned to themselves. There's the distinction. It's just that simple. That once you get tuned, when you see really high achievers, like I love to use Shanda as an example, because a really high achiever that's aligned with spirit and source is a million times as powerful as anything else on planet Earth. And as women, it's really important to know also that intuitive guidance. I feel it has a lot to do with raising children, that we need that compass, that intuitive guidance is what's going to allow you to flourish, but it often goes against what a lot of people are thinking and saying. And that's the challenge. And
You're
that's the
so
challenge
right.
of a pioneer, right?
Well, and you're so right, because in all the work I've done, and I've done a survey recently, and one of the top things that people said, that the reasons they don't trust their intuition is they doubt it. They doubt that little inner voice.
And
And then, of course, if they're doubting it, they're either not taking action, or they're making incorrect moves, or maybe just freezing and not doing anything. And then they wonder, why is it that I'm struggling? Or why is it I'm not abundant or enjoying the success that I feel I deserve?
that's a great jumping off point, actually, because in that moment, first of all, you have to realize that the entire planet has been conditioned into fight, flight, freeze, fawn. So that's the primitive brain response. And people like Joe Dispenza are saying 70% of our time, we are living in the hormones of stress. That deregulates or down regulates your genes. And then it exposes you to disease because you're becoming less efficient as an organism. So it's really important when you tap in. And I do want to make this point really strongly, because the other thing is that your intuition, my intuition, I'll speak of my own, occurs in the moment. So for example, and the thing that happens second is usually your mind analyzing and you doubt. That doubt is probably going to be supported by your entire culture. And so this is where you have to be. This is the tightrope. This is walking the razor's edge. And any spiritual master will tell you this, that when you are learning to listen to the vibration, so we're moving into the quantum time. So we have to learn, instead of using so much of the logical mind, we have to learn the feeling state. What is feeling, what we're feeling? And most have been programmed out of this. So some are even saying we've been programmed out of free will. That's how strong the program is running. And what I would say about your intuition is that sometimes, because it's often not supported by the external world, and this is where you become a leader, that you're able to listen and execute. and become that female entrepreneur, that leader, and empower others. But there are moments of conflict that are indisputable. They just occur. And it's because in order to really be in your intuition, things change constantly. And one of the reasons our work is really good for this time, it's vibration. And that is also in flux, but it's fluid. And there's no separation in the vibrational world. So we're all connected, it's all fluid. But I would say for those beginning to walk the path, it's amazing how quickly your life can change when you start hearing, listening, and acting on your real intuition, despite what everyone says. Like the reason I'm here, after 6 months, I would not speak to anyone about the decision I made. I had a private practice in New York. It was extremely successful, a waiting list of 4 months. And I decided to give it all up and join Robert Loy to create the technology you see today. Now, the result of that, and we really started from scratch again, because the platform he built the technology on, it's the Amiga platform, had gone out of business. Now, that moment in time, if I had frozen, my life would look very, very different today. I can tell you that for sure. And honestly, I will also say, my family, my friend, I couldn't speak with them about the decision because I don't think there was one person supporting it. So I do want to say that it
I
takes courage.
I can totally relate to that. And
Yeah.
you know, when in 2009, when everything was crashing, I felt such depression around me and I couldn't put my fingers around it. It was just everywhere. And I knew I needed to leave and I didn't know where or how. I had a client who was a doctor out of Chicago, and I had completely helped support her in changing her life. She went back to where she was born in Dubai. And so she
Oh,
said, Amira, you need to come to Dubai. And I'm like, okay, we'll find someone to help me promote. And let's see. I went there for 3 weeks, loved it,
wow.
went home, sold everything I owned. I bought a one-way ticket and I had $1,000 in my pocket and I lived there for
Wow.
5 years. I didn't do any research. And I ended up working with members of the royal family. So it's like having these gut senses and not knowing any of the answers. You're blindfolded. You've got your ears covered. You just know with every part. And I too never told anybody because I knew they'd think I was out of my flippin' mind, selling everything and moving halfway around the world just because
You,
people are depressed. But it was my experience to really step into abundance in ways that I could have never imagined. I had to have, but it does take courage to listen to that voice, especially when I think the big moves are on us, right? Like you moved
yes.
and you completely changed your life.
And it's interesting because again, this recently happened. So you can see I'm in my home in Florida. It's been on the market. I was coming here for 1 week at Christmas with my family.
It's
And
now January 23rd.
it's now, and I'm still here. And guess
Yeah.
what? I got and I started to feel like I want to hold on to this house, but I put it on the market. Then I learned if we got a full price offer, I'd have to take it. Guess what? The realtor, I got an email on Sunday, the realtor retired. He's canceling all contracts and I'm going to keep the house. And
Oh,
I just sat here, not even exactly knowing why, but feeling that I had to. That's the only thing. So this intuition builds your faith and confidence in yourself. That's what I want to say.
right.
And Dubai sounds amazing, by the way, and that's a huge leap of faith. But I also do feel as though when you follow this, more and more doors open, but also you develop a lighthearted, experimental attitude because you realize, I stepped on a plane April 21st, 2002, leaving a 20-year marriage to create what we created. And in, 6 hours later, I was in LA and starting again, like completely from the beginning. So I want to say, if I hadn't done that, I had to let go of everything that almost everything that was in my life in the past. Not everything, but a lot of it. But if I hadn't followed that, it would have contracted the lifestyle and the abundance, because it was that faith. Your guides know when you're listening and executing, and they will assist. Call that God or source or your higher self. It doesn't matter. There's an invisible realm that's governing this one. But it's important that taking these baby steps builds confidence, which is what you will need in the years coming.
Well, we know things are rapidly accelerating. And we know, if anything, with all the changes, we need to trust our intuition. That is, to me, the number one ability. And so, Helena, I know you have something really special to share with us. Would you
Ooh,
be willing to
yes.
launch that now?
Yes. So what I did when I left New York and flew into California to do this project, we developed a library of frequencies that we play through scalar instruments. And I'm going to share an activation today. It's our gamma brainwave frequencies. When you go into gamma brainwave states, you actually are altering you're in the highest creation brainwave state. So in that state, you can actually know, see, and feel the future. So I'm going to do an activation. I want you to put your left hand on your womb. Females have a womb chakra, it's an extra chakra. Right hand on the heart. Take a deep breath into the Buddha belly and into the solar plexus, expanding it, expanding your heart chakra. And let's listen. Can you hear them? Five. I'm going to now align your soul with your intuition so that you can begin to hear. Notice the pure tones and direct them to decalcify. Using the golden light into the third eye is where your intuition will take over. It is your birthright. Breathing in the frequencies that are flowing in closing, frequencies allow you to connect with your intuition by decluttering your field. And decluttering your field and decalcifying the pineal. So in the future, as we learn to walk into new intuition, we will learn to use frequencies just to clear the thought forms and to go into a more neutral form of truth. And it is, frequencies will become the medicine of the future. So as many have predicted. And that is the newest way to declutter your false beliefs that
And
are
you have,
stopping you from empowering yourself.
and to help everyone do that, I think you have something really special to share besides this wonderful activation.
Okay.
Oh, you don't remember that you offered us a free gift?
Oh, yes. Well,
I guess that
we are
frequency
gifting,
cleared a
of
lot of
course.
our
I thought you
thoughts.
meant right now. Okay. Yes. So we are gifting you uh,
That
soundtracks.
was priceless, by the way.
Yes, because I was like, okay, because we
No,
do have an
you're in
activate.
that zone. You're in that beautiful zone of frequency.
I am.
Yeah.
That has been my blessing, actually. It has
Yeah.
been a divine blessing for me because, as I said, I was born this way, highly sensitive. So I need the uplifting
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
But yes, so we're gifting you several soundtracks. The one that we just played, Gamma Bliss Activation, and I would like to gift you the clearing and also the soul alignment, as well as a full PDF copy of my book, The Quantum Sound Miracle IQ. So in the case, and also the masterclass. So in the case that you're yearning to learn more about how to activate your higher self using frequency, it's all contained in this work. And it's
Yeah.
been, yes, and I will say also that frequency works quickly because it cuts through some of the discordant frequencies. So that's why you experience kind of an immediate shift.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much. The link is in the chat for everybody. So go ahead and download, get access to Helena's incredible gift for you. And thank
Yeah.
you, Helena, for sharing a profound experience with us today and your wisdom. I could listen to you all day, and I really am grateful that you joined us, having you here to launch our Harness Intuitive Superpowers Summit. So thank you.
I
Thank you so
love
much.
what you're doing, and it's very impactful because your work will guide people to trust themselves and to know that there's no one better to know than yourself. Everyone is always looking out there,
Yeah.
but there's really no one better to know than this.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and of course, you need to know that there are two ways of realization: sound and silence. And what Amira is doing is guiding you out of the path of limitation into a new earth. And it's important work that you're doing, Amira.
Well, hey, I'm happy to be part of our team.
Yes.
This is a group effort. It's a collective, and many of us been on the path a long time. And there's wisdom in that, experience that has to be heard and shared. So thanks again, Helena. I truly appreciate you and all your gifts and beautiful light. Thank you.
We'll see you soon. And thanks for
Okay, love.
having us.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye for now.
Woo wee, guys. Okay, this is a great launch point to diving in, and I just want to welcome everybody that we didn't have the introduction recording or going live, I should say, but it will be on the replay. So thanks a lot for joining us. Thank you. The energies are so buoyant and bubbly right now that we're all excited to share and comment. Please share with me your comments or your experiences, what you've noticed in that activation. Perhaps you felt a shift and it can be that quick. So anyway, that is all the excitement for right now as we dive into our next guest who is patiently waiting. I want to welcome to you the beautiful Karen Hardy. Hey, beautiful, welcome.
How are
It's so
you?
lovely to see you.
Well,
Gosh,
it's nice to see you also. Thank you for having me on.
you're so welcome. Now, Karen is a beauty industry luminary and the driving force behind three thriving beauty businesses with a background. Oops, my slide just moved here. Um, Sorry about that. When you go live, there's all these wonderful things that surprise you, right?
Always.
So Karen has decades of experience, 3 decades as a salon owner, as a coach, and a real estate salon suite builder. And she's earned recognition among the top 200 salons in North America. And beyond that, her passion that fuels her opportunities is to empower others on their journey to success. She's dedicated to teaching individuals how to pave their way to prosperity, creating generational wealth and a lasting legacy through salon suite real estate, even if beauty isn't their expertise. So she makes real estate salon suites as a boss. No beauty gurus or status is required. So let's dive into welcoming Karen Hardy. Thank you, sweetie. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Well, so Karen, I know about salons. Well, tell me about how did you get here? How did this happen? How did you begin or get yourself to building salon suites?
Well, so basically, I've been a salon owner for 30 years, hairdresser for 35 of those years, and been coaching others to create success in their business, taking it to 7 figures plus. But after the pandemic, right,
Mm.
we had a lot of women that had to stay home and teach their children. So, we had lost a lot of our employees. And I knew at that point, I was more at that, thinking of, do I want to stay behind the chair? Do I want to rebuild again? Where am I at? What is it that I want to do? And it was during that time that definitely the shifts were happening in our industry. And I knew that salon suites was the way that people were going. Normally in this industry, like we are creatives and want to do our own thing, want to be able to create our own thing, don't want somebody telling us what to do, want to be able to create our own environments. And so always people have always been reaching and striving for that. Like you get into this industry because you love your craft, right? But then you go and open up your own salon because you want to make it better, you want to make it yours, you want to have what it is that you have inside of you to share with the rest of the world. And so I've always been one that loves helping others create the success that they want in their business or in their lives and things like that, and just really support one another. And so I knew that was the next way. I knew that was the next step to do. It was risky, it was scary, because it was something totally different, changing my entire business plan. But I can honestly say today, it's been the best thing that I've ever done. Business wise, family wise, it's creating generational wealth. So whether my daughters decided they wanted to do hair or not, didn't matter. They would be able to always be able to do this. Like it was something that they could do no matter what, and I could pass this on to them because my heart always is that I feel like when we're in life and we have the dreams and desires in our heart to do something that God's laid on us, so often those dreams die because we have a choice to make in life. We're going to run after the dream, right? Or whatever it is inside of our heart, but we have to have a job, right? And so usually the job wins because we have to have money to survive, right? And so often, like we're not able to pursue those things until maybe even later in life and maybe never, right? And so I just wanted to be able to, my daughters definitely not have to choose whether they're going to do what God's called them to do in life or have to have a job. I want to be able to give them the opportunities in life to be able to run after what it is that's in them so they could create
Pardon the pun, but that's really rich. That's
it.
that's rich, and an incredible opportunity that you're giving and thinking of your family in that way. Now, for some of the listeners, they may not understand what a salon suite is. Can you explain
Yeah.
exactly what that
So,
is?
most people probably have seen them. They're like solo salon suites, my salon suites. What they are is just like a building that has it's the same concept as an office building. You have many different owners that are in an office building that rent out of space. So it's in the same thing as the salon world. It's a building that has 10 different rooms, 20, 30, whatever it is that have in them, but it's the individuals that are owning them. So like we took my salon space, I owned my building, so we just changed it over. We created 10 suites in there, and I just created a larger space for myself. So I have my salon still in there. And it's just more of a micro salon now. But what happens is like the other ones, they rent them out, other professional beauty people, and it's their business. Like I have nothing to do with it. Like I have no control over it. But I love when they ask for help, and I can help guide them into creating the success that they want. And so it gives them the opportunity to own their own business, gives them the opportunity, even if it's just a stepping stone to what they want to do next, right? But be able to really support and be able to create an atmosphere where they can thrive in and create the success they want in their life.
Yeah, and it's interesting because you've been an entrepreneur for most of your life, it sounds like, if you've had your own salon and building a business. But what's the decision that you're happiest about in terms of where you trusted your intuition?
Pivoting. I could have stayed where I was, right? And I could have known that, success was there and that's what I was good at, and taken that leap of faith, changing everything that you had just done for, at that point, it was 27 years and was extremely successful with it. Like to myself, like knowing that, being at that age, and saying, okay, I'm just going to run with it. I was 49. And it turned out exactly what I had envisioned, even better. So.
Yeah, a lot of people, we get to a certain point and we're comfortable where we're at, or we're like, oh God, I don't want to start over. But unfortunately, with the changing times that we're in, that are rapidly changing and firing, I find people get sort of paralyzed, and they hesitate, or they're
Yes.
so caught up in the loop of making the decision that they struggle, and then it makes it worse. What do you have to say about that?
I totally agree with that. I think even in my industry now that we find that there's so many that have been in the industry for years and have their own salon, but yet they didn't plan for like the future. They didn't plan for what happens when things change, and the industry changes, everything changes, the world's changing. It doesn't matter what we're in. Things never always stay the same, but if you can't pivot in the moment and just really take a broader look at things and just see where things are going, what happens is you get scared, you get paralyzed, and you don't do anything, right? And so what happens is the opportunities then pass you by, right? So often right now, like we're finding so many individuals that after even the pandemic, like salons were closed for a long time. They were not able to do the things we did. I mean, out in California, they had to do out hair outside. It was
I
insane.
was there. I know it was dead. You had to
It's
sneak into
horrible.
the salon, and she had the
Yeah.
curtains closed.
And so, we have so many people that, struggled even just to stay afloat, right? Because you can't plan for a pandemic, but not even planning to have a nest egg or whatever, right? Like being able to have security if something, God forbid, something happens. And so now they're faced, right? But they can't get employees or whatever, the right employees. People are definitely looking to go into suites, right? But they're not willing to take a step back and say, okay, I can do this and I can have the same thing. I can have both. For me, as for salon owners, it's like you can have the best of both worlds. You can create this type of business, right? You can still have your salon, because being a business owner in the salon suite is not for everybody. So you can still create the atmosphere that you want it within that nutshell, and then create opportunity for yourself. So when you retire, like you'll still have income, you'll still create revenue without even have to be behind the chair. So I'm always about like, how can we create our life better? How can we create more balance in it and still be successful and live the life that we want to, creating the moments that we want to with our family and friends, and
Right,
making an impact. I mean, truly, like making an impact in the world, because it's
right.
more than just about success.
Yeah. And I know that obviously intuition has been beneficial for you in being able to trust it. I spoke in the last segment with Helena, is that a lot of people doubt it. A lot of people hesitate. So what would you say has been helpful for you to listen to your intuition?
It's key for everything, truly. For myself, it's, like the Holy Spirit is speaking to me, guiding me in what I'm supposed to be doing. But so often we get into this busyness of life and we don't take the time to be quiet and really listen to what it is that he's guiding us to that next step. So whatever it is for you, but what, like you've gotten to that next step of what it is that you're doing, right? And so often we allow the voices of the world, things that have been spoken over us or the circumstances that we're in. But for myself, like when I didn't listen and I allowed the voices or whatever the
Yeah.
circumstances get to me and I didn't do what I knew I should have done, it never works out that way. It never works out the way it's supposed to, or even in the hiring process of people throughout the years, like you have that feeling like, I don't know if that's really the right person, but you do it, right? Because maybe they have an amazing book and they're going to bring more people into the salon or whatever. But literally, like that's only their best foot forward then. And 6 months later, you really see the person that is, and you're like, oh my gosh, what did I do? I just opened up a can of worms. So yeah, like for me, it's like those moments that I didn't listen, those moments that I decided on my own instead of taking what was given.
Yeah. And we're all striving for more success and abundance. But the thing of it is if we're not listening to our intuition, we're sabotaging our success and abundance. And then we second guess and wonder, why are we struggling? Because we're not listening. We're not,
Absolutely. We're
you
not
know?
taking time to be quiet and really listen and just allow to be spoken to us to see what is possible. Because truly, I mean, like we cannot see all that is possible. We can't see all the promises that are in front of us because we look and see what the world has done or what has happened to us so far, and the facts are, like there is better out there, so often we stop before we get to that next best thing because it may have been too hard or taken too long. Everything's our timing, everything has to be a certain way. That's how us humans are, right? And so often it's like that next step, if we wouldn't have gave up, that's where the abundance life would have been.
Right. Yeah. We sometimes give up just before, like they say, it's the coldest or the darkest just before dawn. So just around the corner, if we were to just have that deep faith and
Yes.
trusting ourselves that we're on the right path. I know I've second guessed myself a lot and
Mm-hmm.
sometimes cried myself to sleep thinking what a dumbass I am, what I did.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
And or struggled, right? Like so many times, like we go, okay, I'm gonna do this. But we take that step and then all of a sudden the obstacles are coming at us, the trials and the tribulations are coming at us. And it's because we are going to that next level. And what it is for myself, it's like that's the devil coming after you because he knows you're on that right path and the lives that are going to be changed in front of you. And he doesn't have control,
yeah.
so it's not easy, right? But it's worth every moment.
So I love the fact that you're thinking bigger and out of the box. I mean, as a salon owner or doing hair for all those years, you were in a comfort zone. You had, like you said, a great book. I think that's industry talk. You had a lot of appointments with customers, right?
Yes.
So you were abundant, but then you were forced to stretch. That's often feels pretty uncomfortable. And I'm sure you had moments where you were thinking you were really that crazy.
Well,
So
yeah.
can you talk about that when you second guessed yourself or doubted and how that turned out?
Well, I think that, like when you're at a place in life and you're successful, and you're known in areas and things like that, like when you pivot, right, or you decide to change things up a little bit, what backlash am I going to get? What if I fail? What if I fail? And
And
it's
how's
only
that gonna look, right?
yes, right. And like you have family and everything else, but and really it's ourselves getting our own way because of worrying what other people think of us. And that's just human, right? Like we know that. But I mean, I could like I always like if I'm gonna say to my daughters, like I need to say it to myself also, like don't worry about what other people are saying or thinking. Like when you know that you're called to that, like you go. Because it may be you that is the one that is supposed to change the direction of a lot of things for people, right? Or you being the one that steps out and then somebody else says, oh my gosh, like if she can do it, I can do it too. Like she's no different than I am, and that's the whole thing. Like we all have the opportunities to do it, but it's like, just taking that leap of faith really
Right.
and trusting that if it's inside of you as a dream, that you're already equipped for it.
Mhm. Well, and I know myself when I was taking some big steps, I kept it to myself. at least until it started to show me where it was going. Like I didn't even know what I was creating. For instance, when I moved to Dubai, it was like I didn't know what was there. I didn't know how I was going to do it. Everything was sort of, vague. I didn't. So
Mhm.
I kept it to myself until I got into the rhythm and the motions of it and had more confidence in where I was going with it. So I think other people can sabotage our dreams and say, oh, well, that's just the
Absolutely.
stupidest idea, right? You're already
Sometimes it's,
second guessing yourself.
yeah, sometimes it's not smart to tell other people,
Yeah. I call
because
it like a
truly the
little
ones that
pin.
are close and the ones that are closest to us usually will be the ones that will put it down
Yeah.
or tell
I
us we
call it
can't or
Yeah,
whatever.
I call it like if you've got a balloon and that's your dream or desire, and it's like when you tell somebody, it's like somebody sticks a pin in it and it starts to deflate the dream, your
Mhm.
trust in yourself and the momentum of the manifestation. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So if there was one thing about intuition that someone had told you or taught you earlier, what would that have been?
Um, well, definitely truly always to trust it, like not trust in ourselves, especially when you're on that journey and you're younger. I was 23 when I opened up my salon. I literally had no clue what I was doing. I just knew that I had a gift. That's all I knew. I didn't have to run a business or anything like
Just
that.
like doing hair. I used to have a Tressie doll that I did her hair all the time.
Yeah, it was crazy. But really just truly trust yourself. I mean, that's like the biggest thing, and just shut out all the naysayers. And also, like for myself, I knew that when you get to a level, people talk about you. It's just what it is, right? Even when you're not at a level, people talk about you, right? But like really I never felt like I had to defend myself. And it was probably one of my parents probably spoke that, like if you know you've done right, you don't need to defend who you are. And so I always took that with me in everything that I do, because people are going to talk and people are going to judge, but ultimately, um, as long as you know here that you've done right, and eventually it all comes out anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that having that confidence within yourself and that certainty of knowing your heart is clean and your
Mm-hmm.
intentions are clean and you're there with a purpose and a mission. And getting clear on that, I think, is key. But it looks like you've had some mentors along the way. Do you feel that maybe that has helped you stay with your feet on the track and
Oh,
eyes on the goal?
absolutely. Absolutely. Um, I know that, I mean, I've always had business coaches, so that's always been a thing, that guiding you to, my whole thing is always, if you want to get to that next step, like, why are you going to take your time doing it? Like, take and find somebody that's already done it, been successful, and have them mentor you, of course, but for myself also, just really truly be an, I'm very connected to my church, and having that stability for my life and for my family, knowing who we are in Christ is truly important to me, and walking in that, and being, that it doesn't matter what other people believe. Like, I love you anyway. Like, that's how I am. It doesn't matter. But knowing that for myself, right? Like, knowing that I needed to stay there, like having that in my life was extremely important for me, myself, and for my family. But also being surrounded by people that have the same values and want the same things in life. Like, I think it's important that your circle is hugely important to be. Like if you're wanting to get here, but our circle is just fine where they're at, like it pulls you back. Like, you always just, up level yourself, and not that you shouldn't be friends with people or love people because they're not at that same level, but also it does make a difference. And birds of a feather flock together, whatever that saying is, right? So I mean, like, get around the people that you that are already reaching that level that you want
Yeah.
in life,
Comes back to
so
frequency, right? I mean, if you want to
absolutely.
reach a level of success, then, I always say change the people you're with, like raise their frequency, your loved ones and your friends, or change the people you're with,
Right.
just
Because some people don't change. I mean, and that's okay. That's their choice of how they want to do. But some people are okay where they're at, and that's okay too, So
I think everybody that's listening to this wants more success and abundance and be able to trust their intuition to get themselves to that ultimate goal that we're looking for. So, there are some hard calls that we have to make, right? In taking and reaching those higher levels or those goals for ourselves. And sometimes the people we're with, actually, like you said it very well, are actually dissing our dream or, minimizing it, which kind of dilutes the vibration and minimizes its ability to manifest. So do you have a story that you'd like to wrap up with or share when you didn't trust your intuition? What happened?
Oh,
Or the flip side, when you did trust it, even though you doubted yourself, what you experienced?
well, I mean, like even just the sweets, that was a huge thing. But I would have to say that sometimes we think we know what we're doing, right? Or sometimes you listen, or people can deceive us very easily, right? And so I think that anytime that, and this was just a past employee, so anytime that you thought something, but you're like, that can't be, because you didn't have the physicalness of it, right? Like you thought like there's something not right, but I don't know what it is, right?
Yeah.
Because on the outside, everything looked great, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
seemingly always did. And I think that if I would have taken, so it's a double-ended of this. So if I would have taken and probably listened, right, to myself, it would have saved some heartaches along the way, right? But also, and I truly believe that if something's supposed to be a way it's supposed to be, it's going to happen one way or another, right? People are used to get us to those paths or whatever. Circumstances are used during those times to be able to create what it is that we want. But also, if I didn't go that path, maybe I wouldn't have already had the blessings that I've had from that experience, right? So they're learning the lessons and things like that. But honestly, that, just like when you get that twinge, like, like there's just something you're like, you can't do that. I'm in my head right now, like,
Right.
listen to it. It's definitely usually right,
Exactly. Exactly.
Especially if it looks a lot of times opposite of what we would truly believe or what the world would believe.
Well,
Too, like it's like almost the opposite of what is seen.
yeah, people can be chameleons, right?
Mhm.
They present to the world an outside picture of what they want the world to perceive, and they actually paint that,
Mhm.
right? And that's the impression or the image, what's the word? This is escaping me, and it's almost like a hologram. And so
Right.
they give you this image of what they
Mhm.
want you to see. And ultimately, at the core, they're not aligned. Their heart,
Right.
their soul, their intentions. And so, yeah,
Mhm.
you experience coming, a little bit of time went by and you actually got to see. That's happened to me
Right.
too. I think it's happened to everybody.
Yeah, I think that
Feeling
everybody
deceived.
does. Mhm.
So I think that's where, as we develop our abilities, our spiritual abilities to see through
Mhm.
that and to be able to trust that I think,
Absolutely.
is an advantage. Yeah. Especially
Yeah.
making big business decisions where you've got, there's
Especially.
a legacy, you've got finances, you've got huge commitments that can last for
Mhm.
years. So,
Absolutely. And I truly just believe in it. Like that's one thing that I could tell people, like, if it's here and it's speaking, like listen, get quiet and really take out all the noise of the world and just listen to it,
right.
because it makes a difference. It's there to guide you, that's why it's there. It's why it's speaking to us.
Yeah.
And if
It's the
we
most
would
important,
learn
right?
to get quiet.
Yeah, that's the key, right? We've got all these devices and apps and technology, and I'm grateful for it as we're able to speak,
Absolutely.
connect. but it's being able to turn it all off, turn off the noise, and be able to sit and align with your heart's
Mhm.
desires. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Karen,
Probably
I'm
better.
so delighted. I know you brought a gift to share
I
with our
do, yeah.
listeners. Yeah, would you like to share that with us?
Yes, so I have an ebook for everyone. It's just really, creating success, more than just success, creating that, building a legacy of wealth and time and freedom for entrepreneurs. So, I don't know if you have the link to put it in, but if not, I can grab it for you
My
guys.
team
And
will drop the link for you.
perfect. Yeah.
And
So
we're dropping that in shortly. So yeah, Karen Hardy is an incredible coach. So I would encourage everybody to go and download her free gift. It's called Empower Yourself to Build a Legacy. And so, you might not have even thought of doing this yet, but perhaps
right.
Karen is the messenger that you need to
Yes.
start thinking outside the box.
When
And
you take and create real estate and beauty, $2 billion industries, and they collide, it just creates success.
yeah,
And it's
yeah.
amazing. It really is. And you get to impact others. So I love it.
Yeah, well, I'm all for the beauty part.
Yes.
And the legacy is awesome too. So
Absolutely.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah, and
Thank
real
you for
estate.
having me.
Yeah, hey, Karen, you're amazing. So everybody, I really want to help me join with, big applause for Karen and all of those incredible gifts that she shared with us, the wisdom, the nuggets, the information. Uh, so thanks, Karen. Thanks for
Thank
shining
you.
bright and just sharing your heart. I
You're
truly
welcome.
appreciate it.
And I hope everybody enjoys the event. There's so many amazing speakers. I'm excited. Myself.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to catch my breath here because they just keep coming. All these amazing speakers that we've got lined up. You guys, this is the first time I've done a live event like this with like a marathon. So I'm working all of my abilities, my spiritual abilities, tools, and I don't have the schedule lineup. So if my team could bring that for me, so I could see it. I've got the other forms and stuff that yeah.
I apologize. It's the next one is a pre-recorded interview, so we'll
Oh,
play that right
wonderful,
after.
wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so I'm excited to bring to you Mas Sajadi. Now, I did pre-record this, so enjoy, but Mas is over in Tahiti right now. He's got his people and they're on a cruise ship. So that's why we pre-recorded it. And he is a wealth of information, incredible, powerful healer. So enjoy this very special interview with Mas.
One quick second.
Hey, I am so excited to share with you my next guest, Mas Sajadi. Mas is a former computer programmer, and he gained this incredible, unprecedented knowledge and abilities with massive implications of human transformation on how life works after he had 3 near-death experiences, along with learning and having a deeper understanding of physics and how our universe works, which delves way beyond the quantum. Change your frequency, change your life. Mas works on the realm of consciousness and frequencies and space-time. Thousands of people have been transformed simply by listening to his talks, his frequency meditations, and without needing a mental understanding of what is being said. And Mas has helped tens of thousands of people around the world and has worked with business leaders, influencers, professional athletes, celebrities, royal families, and Fortune 500 executives from companies like Capitol Records, Starbucks, Facebook, Fox, Microsoft, FedEx, and many more. And Mas also donates his time to assist schools, hospitals, special needs organizations, and low-income communities to help them propel this global mission. As Albert Einstein says, we see a universe marvelously arranged, obeying certain laws,
but we understand the laws only dimly. Yes, indeed. Welcome, Moss. How are you doing?
I'm doing really good. Thank you for having me. It's awesome.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm fascinated with this and
Mhm.
people that, like myself, who've had near-death experiences. But what exactly inspired you, or was the inspirational moment in time that
Yeah.
launched you on this path?
I think it actually, the first near death, which happened in my early 20s, was where I was tailored or groomed to have a near death experience. Most people are in, say, dire straits, or something's not going well with their lives and they don't know. So it's a wake up experience for people, and they wake up and go, gosh, okay, I got to change. So basically, that scenario happened before my near death. It's, gosh, I'm looking around, I'm just a college kid, but I'm observing that religions don't really do it well. They don't go as depth, and they didn't provide me the answers that I was looking for. There was a lot more problems that, as I studied about those religions, than there was answers. And then also the flip side was, like, if you're high, say, familial issues, they just look and do it better. That's all. And then a lot of times their issues get worse. So I'm going, well, that's not right either. So I was looking for the real truth. And then, so I had my near death, and then I saw the real truth. So that first near death, it goes, oh, okay, this is what we're about. So it really opened me up to a realm of possibilities.
So what were you doing? What was your work? How
Oh.
did that happen? It just,
Oh,
was it
yeah.
a process that you went through, or?
Oh, the near death? Yeah, it was a college job. It was a warehouse. I used to work at a warehouse unloading rail cars, freight cars. And they have these walls that are inside the rail cars that move back and forth to hold the product in place. That wall was stuck. In being a young kid, athletic kid, I climbed up and I was pulling on this half-ton wall, and then it gave way and it just slid across its rails and just crushed my jaw. So I was hanging by my jaw. So,
Ouch.
oh yeah, I could hear the crunch. I still hear the crunch.
Oh yeah, I could
Even
hear
now
it
when I
too.
experienced, I was like, oh my God. And then you're just out. And I was floating outside my body, looking at my body. And that's where I noticed is, oh, we have dual identities that we don't realize that we do. We just think we're our physical body. But in reality, I asked myself, I go, what am I doing here if my body is over there? And I go, oh gosh, I'm dead. So literally, I was in spirit form or consciousness, or however you want to describe it.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. No,
Again, these are non-religious labels I use,
Right.
like spirit. It's got nothing to do with religion. You
Right.
just have an essence, a timeless essence
Right.
that is grander than your physical experience here. So
So what was going on before that experience? Were you not listening to your intuition, needing to make some changes in your life, and maybe resisting the changes? What do you think was going on?
no, yeah, and again, that's really the key. I was listening to my intuition more so than most people, I would say. So for me, let's just say I was really a bright, intuitive kid, and I wanted the fastest way to resolve the issues that I had in life. Okay. And again, it came from a nice, wealthy family. So it's not that we were poor or this was bad or my parents were bad or anything like that. But I knew that there was more potential. And when you're around that age, you're actually looking for a better way than what your parents, went through. You're looking for a better way than society. But most people don't find that better way. So what we do is we turn into our parents, especially in our early 20s. That's where we start to morph or get more solid in our identity of who we are. So I guess there was a time value that was like pushing me to go, gosh, I better find out who I am before I solidify into my parents or society's norm of what a 25-year-old or 30-year-old or whatever should be. So
I find that interesting because I don't know that the average person thinks about that, of being, oh, I got to become a better person or find out who I am.
yeah,
I don't
well, that
know that the average person thinks like that. It seems
no.
to be most people hit a crisis or some stopping point in their life, whether it's a death of a loved one or their career crashes down or their health fails. And then they finally get their wake-up call that they resist it.
When you're a teenager, that's a death experience for most people, because And that's what I'm talking. You don't need like an extreme. That is pretty extreme, but you don't need an outside crisis. There's an internal crisis that most people don't deal with for the rest of their lives, by the way. So I dealt at it because when you're a teenager, you literally have two roads to take. One, do you follow the path of your lineage, your genetics, basically? Do you turn into your mom and dad in society? Or two, do you learn from mom and dad in society and then get better at it? But most people don't know how to separate. So sometimes people they run away, they move out of their house. So that's their idea of moving, but they're taking their shadow with. Their shadow is, again, their genetics, their DNA, their mindset, their identity of who they are. Up to that point, they're taking that with too. So
I always say, whoever you are, wherever you go, there you are. You take yourself with you, right?
Exactly. What I did at that point, and that was a crossroads, is like, no, I don't want to do that. My parents were great. I wanted to be a better version. Society was good, but still a lot of missing, say, clues or answers. That was that pivotal death, so to speak. And
Yeah.
it morphed into a real death for me. So I used the death to accelerate myself. So instead of taking, say, maybe another 20 years to figure out all this stuff, you have a near death home, you just get connected to this knowledge and it's poof, there you are.
Oh, boom.
Yeah,
There you are.
accelerate. You accelerate. And that's what I do for people. Instead of people physically going through the transition, it's, hey, you know what? You can do it outside of time and space of your higher self, make your changes there, and then kaboom, your life radically changes with the work I do without having the near death. So,
Right.
so that's
Yeah.
why I said,
I don't recommend a near death a person can take, not avoid it, but do it a different way. Like you don't have to do what us and I did, right?
No, you
Our
don't.
paths are a little different, but I think I resisted making the
Mhm.
changes. My career was going great.
Yeah.
And what I did was I had a trip to Egypt. And
Okay.
my experience happened there. I had a 2 week of an exponential spiritual experience.
Mhm.
And then the world came, I shot out of this world and came back a different person. And then I had to sort it out. My crisis happened after trying to figure out and put all the pieces together. I think in our discussions previously, I think you mentioned something about your integration process.
Yeah.
So there is a process. And so
Oh,
whether it's a
absolutely.
near-death experience that a person had, or whether they're doing it consciously through doing some spiritual work,
Yeah.
transformation, we're still consciously moving through it and putting pieces together.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The second near death, I did go through, say, the dark nights of the soul.
Okay.
Even Jesus went through that, where you see who you are. I explain it this way. You see the possibilities of who you are. So now it's visible for you. Before you had buried it, because again, family, value structure, society, so on. But now it's in front of you. So there's literally two versions of you. Your possibility of who you could be, and then the limitations of your current life. So you have to like sort things out and go, okay, I want to keep this. I want to keep that. I don't want this. I don't want to age the way I do, like my parents did. I don't want to get the illness patterns. I want to keep that with my old self. I want to move over to my new self. So that's the dark night of the souls, literally, is like weeding out what you want to keep, what you don't want to keep. And sometimes friends has to go, lovers have to leave, or whatever it is, because you have to create that separation. So that's that death of self. And again,
Yeah, and it's
I call it
painful.
detox.
It's like grieving the loss of your former self, isn't it?
It is, because it is a loss of your form. It's a death of your previous self. And that's the thing. People always sacrifice their real self. But in this scenario, you're sacrificing your old self so your new self can survive.
And
Most
the
people do it
exciting
the other
part
way.
of that is in all of that process, as our intuition is nudging us along and showing us the way,
Mhm.
and you're struggling and you're in this resistance of not letting that old part of you, that's something that's familiar, like an old slipper,
Right.
struggling to let go of that, to step into this ease and grace and
Right.
abundance and success, trusting
Right.
your intuition and that internal GPS that's nudging you forward.
Exactly. You can activate that with a near death experience. Again, if you're awakened, you can activate it so it's on automatic. And that's what basically happened to me. So it's not like a conscious decision to use your intuition. You just literally get on autopilot and you go to the direction that you need to go. You do the things that you need to do. It's literally like something taking over you.
Yeah, intuition seems a little bit nebulous to try and identify or articulate. A lot of people just think it's like a hit, go buy some lottery tickets, or
Yeah.
call this person. Yeah, those are all parts of it. But I
Sure.
think the core and the deeper part, if we want to have that success and abundance, that there's a part of us that knows that we can have,
Mhm.
there's that alignment that has to happen with your higher self. I call it the higher self.
Right.
And your physical being, right?
Right.
And how do you work with that or talk about that?
Yes, there's different ways of people getting intuition. Sometimes they're guided by their dead relatives, their dead loved ones. Watch over them, right?
Which they're
So-
not dead. We know they're not dead.
Yeah,
Right?
they're not dead, but physically they're not here.
Yeah.
But at a, say, frequency level, they're the unseen connections. Okay. Sometimes people ask because they do certain spiritual connection rituals and so on, that they're connected to a source that give them information. So those sometimes people might do, I don't know, certain like tarot cards and all that stuff, and they get guided again from a higher position, so to speak. But the intuition that I'm talking about with most people is that their intuition that they get, so their intuition of their, even if it's of their own or their higher self, what happens is that it runs through the filters of their emotions and their past experiences. And then that's where their intuition gets clouded and it's not as accurate or it's haphazard. So there's a lot of hit and miss in that type of intuition.
So who do we have here as a visitor?
This is Luna. She always
Luna.
comes up, and when we
Yeah.
do the hyper meditations,
Yeah.
she always
Wonderful.
comes up and just hangs out with me.
Loves the energy. Yeah, I
See?
don't blame her.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a key thing. I've noticed one of the key things I've done several surveys with people, and the biggest reason they don't follow their intuition is they doubt themselves. And that's basically the filters that you just mentioned.
Yep.
Is what's basically interfering with the natural flow or with a direct hit to your higher self or the guidance.
Exactly. So what we do with exponential intelligence is the science of the body of science that I didn't create it. I discovered this timeless knowledge. Basically what you do is you have a direct connection between your higher self, nobody else, and your physical body. All these filters you start to become aware of. So you start to see how you process your information, not just your intuition, but your life. You start to go, oh, I'm in this type of relationship because of these filters. So it goes beyond the mind because
Right.
these filters are there, and then the construct of the mind is in front of those filters. Okay. I wish I could draw these out for you, but
Yeah.
excuse me. Anyway, so what you do is like when you step outside of yourself, basically, and observe your life, you remove the filters that have been created through, again, genetics and society and your life experiences, and you go, and then your intuition is a clear conduit. And then once that clear conduit is established, it allows you to have your higher self, your connection to it, and then all these filters get cleaned up. So the filters, your emotions, your logic are aligned with your higher self. And that's where your intuition is like spot on all the time.
Like on target, like a GPS that
Yep.
doesn't need to be reboot. Yeah.
Yep.
So have you ever encountered mass resistance to listening to your intuition? And in your professional work or even personal life, how do you deal with that? And what happens when you don't listen to it?
Oh, back in the day, yeah, quite a bit. But when by the second near-death experience, I had so many deep state meditations on because I was really searching for that one key answer that explains life, just like Albert Einstein. And he wanted to find that one key equation.
The Holy Grail.
Yet the Holy Grail, exactly. Finding that and acknowledging that or submitting to that knowledge after the second near-death experience, literally I was on autopilot. So I couldn't sway from my intuition, even if I tried. And that's what happens to a lot of people is once you get connected to your higher self, you're on this, say, a railroad track that is going towards your best possible self. You can't steer a train. You got to follow the path. Yes, I did get intuitions. I should go this way, but something always came in the way. It didn't work out. It wasn't the right timing, whatever it is, it just stopped me from going the wrong way, the wrong path. That's how strong your intuition can get. And then and it's not like you lose control of yourself. You actually gain control because you don't have to worry about going the right direction. Most people have problems going, am I going the right direction? If you're on autopilot, you don't have to worry. You can focus in on other things and enjoy the ride as you go along with it.
So what would you say to somebody that hits these pockets of resistance, or they spiral around and around, or go zigzag? And
Yep. It's one, they're not on autopilot. They're not connected completely to their higher self. That connection is missing. It's very similar to, say, a Bluetooth connection between a source and a speaker, for example, or a source and a headset.
Right.
You move further away from the source, the quality of the connection gets unstable. So basically, when you're haphazard like that, you basically go, oh, the source is here, the source is in present time, the present moment, but I seem to be in another reality that I'm not close to the source, or I'm not in the present moment. Does that make sense? So basically, it gives you an idea of going, oh, I'm too far away from my source. So that should be your logic, or that should be your intuition. And then when you do that, you can actually go, oh, I see that my intuition is off, or I'm not trusting it for some reason. Why is that? Because you're too far from your source. That's why you go, should I trust my intuition or should I not? The message isn't coming clear for you. Okay.
Yep.
So what you do is, okay, what do I need to do? What patterns or programs do I need to release so I can get closer to my source or have a clear connection to it? It's just like a Wi-Fi connection or a Bluetooth connection. And then when you're closer to your source, you're just like more spot on. So that's what we need to, work on. Obviously, it depends. Sometimes that filter is really strong. Say that you had a mother that was highly intuitive, but then she was unsure of her intuition and she never trusted herself, for example. And then you, as a little girl watching that, and this probably is you, by the way, I don't know how, I'm just reading, I read people. And then you look at that and then go, oh, okay, that's the way women are. They don't trust their intuition well. So that's a huge filter that you just placed. And it's just random filters that we place, that we don't even consciously go, oh, I'm going to put this filter in, but we just morph into that filter, especially if you're close to your mom.
yeah,
You were, basically. So,
I thought I was for a certain amount of time.
that's my point. You woke up and you go, wait a second, these are all the filters that made us similar. And then you remove those filters and then you go, oh, I'm not that close to my mom. Get it? So that's one of the filters that specifically for you, you might not trust your intuition. But
I don't know. To answer that directly is I was highly intuitive.
Yep.
And everything I said, my family would discount or deny or resist.
Yep.
And that happens to this day for over 10 years, 20 years, as I've been doing this work for 24 years. They will not acknowledge what I do.
Yep. So that's that filter that pulls your intuition off, because there's something about that. Again, you got to ask us, okay, what is it in me that they're denying it? And obviously people deny, but if there's a piece of you, it'll distort your intuition. But if you remove that piece, like we are now actually, and even for the listeners of this, you'll see that you get disconnected and your family can say stuff and it doesn't bother you. That way
or I've been disconnected from all of them for 10 years.
Yeah.
So I completely severed that bridge because I am committed to being on the path. Maybe not energetically completely where we're always on a forever path, right?
Yeah.
But,
remember what we were talking about when they're in your early 20s, people separate physically, but frequency-wise. And this is your opportunity, honey, to go, okay, frequency-wise, I can disconnect from that so they don't pull me or distort me. And you'll see it's a grace, and it actually allows you to interact with the family without getting destroyed physically.
And it's interesting because when you feel like you're not validated by just being who you are, Because being intuitive is a natural spiritual ability we all have.
Oh, we all have that.
And if the family denies that very essence of who you are, or whoever, family, friends, my husband was another one. So it was all around me that was just punching me in the face to stop being myself. So we all have these demons or shadows that are challenging us to be all that we can be.
Yeah, I just call them patterns. You're like your husband, for example. He's just running that pattern of going, oh, she has a pattern of not trusting her emotions. So I love her so much, I'll give her that gift of not trusting her emotions. So we all have to go inwards and go, okay, what pattern is it? And that way, we're not taking the blame for things that happen to us, but we're taking the responsibility and go, oh, okay, there's probably something in me.
Yeah.
Because even if you go to a foreign country, or even if you go to, say, Mars, and there's Martians up there, the Martians will treat you the same way. It's like, why is that? It's because you're the common denominator in this situation. So you release those patterns, not curses or demons or whatever, but just patterns. Although there are demons out there that destroy us. You remove that and you go, oh, it's not happening to me. My family doesn't even do that to me, or they gave up on me. So that's how deep that goes.
Being ourselves, being completely in alignment and following that track, as you said, and being on our path, that triggers and fires people up that can't or won't allow themselves to connect with their own deeper truth and self. So it becomes a, what do you call it, rapid fire trigger?
Yeah, like semi-automatic rifles. Either just
yeah.
A lot of people that come to me, they go, I just want to be myself. You really don't, because when people say I want to be myself, they have an intellectual perception of who they are, and usually that person is hurt, it's damaged, and you don't want to be that person, right? You really don't. The person that you really want to be is buried deep within you, that higher version of who you are, that you know you are, but you can't bring that out. That's your real self. But again, most people go, I'm damaged, I'm victimized, or I'm highly successful, or whatever. That's my real self. None of those, say, equations or definitions are you. They're alter egos of you, right? But they're not really you. So what you're looking for, again, being yourself, or when you're feeling at home, and this is what people do in the 18-day hyper meditations that we do, is they literally find themselves, they feel at home where they are, no matter where they are, right? No matter what situation that they're in, because that is a version of you that operates, right? Your hurt self, your damaged self, or your successful self that's damaged, or whatever. So many scenarios out there. But once you find yourself, you start to do the things that are more beneficial to keep that connection more and more for you. You're not like separating yourself. And that's your real self. Most people go, my real self is, and they'll say something like, my real self is a teacher. Oh, that's not your real self. My real self is this billionaire that has a lot of fun and goes out and helps people. No, those are actions that you think will get to your real self, and it doesn't. Most people lose themselves. Right. But in this case, find your internal self, that connection that you have. You'll know who your real self is. And then this life becomes an expansive experience, because no matter what you do, you're just peeling away those onion layers and going, God, this is my real self. This experience, this is my real self.
And that's when life becomes magical.
Yeah, no matter what happens, you're finding your real self. So whether it's a good experience or a bad experience, yeah, it's a bad experience, but shit, I learned a lot about myself. It was a great experience, and I learned more about myself. You know what I mean? No matter where you go, you're still going down that train. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
And so you say, change your frequency, change your life. So literally, when people want more success or want more abundance, they comes back to changing their frequency.
Yeah, their presence. And this is, again, this falls in line with a lot of quantum mechanics or physics. And this is what Einstein was saying as well, is you change your frequency. That people like Tony Robbins and Joe Dispenza, and again, they're great individuals. They have great teachings, but they always change your mind, change your life. But that's...
I'm with you on that. Oh my God, I triggered. I'm like, wait, they're missing something. This is like the secret. that left some ingredients out of the formula.
Yeah, the
So
secret
thank
of
you
the
for it.
secret is they missed the secret that they were supposed to give you. That's it. It's like, hey, we don't have the secret.
It's top secret. Yeah. Now
Yeah,
the
it's
secret's
secret.
out. Yeah. It comes down to our frequency and it comes down to our
Exactly.
vibration, not our brain.
Yep. So the physicalness of this is that, and this is all straight science, is that the template that you were created from was there long before you even had a brain. When you were your first, say, cell, right? When the egg and the sperm fertilized, again, there was a blueprint already there before you had a brain and a body. That's the blueprint that is the core structure of who you are. Your brain happens like 13 steps forward from that blueprint. So you're already creating who you are at point A, and you're creating your mental brain is at point M. That makes sense? for
Yeah.
you? So
Yeah.
you're changing whatever happens forward, but you're not changing what's behind you.
Yeah.
Another way of putting it is if you have a foundation of your house was your parents' house, your grandparents' house, thousands of years old. That's the foundation that you're
Yeah.
existing on. And you're trying to create this beautiful house by using your brain capacity and changing your mindset. Even if you build a mansion on this foundation, it's going to crumble like most wealthy people do. And that's why they come see me. So I have all this money. I don't know. I'm not feeling me. There's more out
Yeah.
there. Your
Yeah.
foundation sucks.
Yeah.
So let's recreate your foundation. So
Awesome. So tell us about this gift. I'm all about receiving. And you've got an incredible gift to share with us.
So the first one actually is a couple of frequency meditations to literally help you, and there's a link out there for you, but it allows you to reset yourself, okay, at a very deep level. It gives you a little bit about me, the science behind what I do and what can happen. Let's see, here we go. So one is personal optimization for you. This is on health, okay? It allows you to change your core structure or begin to change your core structure. So what that means is mom and dad, they had heart issues when they turned 40. That means I'm having heart issues at 40. That pattern, you don't have to have those patterns. Again, I'm not a doctor, I don't claim anything, but people who've gone through that process is, wait a second, you're right. I don't have to age the way my parents do. So that's that first one. The next one is about relationships. A lot of us, again, carry a lot of baggage from previous relationships that we've had. So the personal optimization on the relationships, that allows you to disconnect and see the patterns that you're participating in that is allowing you to have the relationships that you do. Because it's always about us, right? To take back control. And so this allows you to go, gosh, you know what? That's not me. But again, so you take control and you disconnect from those patterns that run you. The other one is personal optimization on success. Most people, when they create success, what they do is like, how much do I have to sacrifice of myself to gain the success that I need? So there's always that. And most people sacrifice way too much, and they sacrifice their essence for the success that they have. And that's why success never becomes or hardly becomes really beneficial for people.
Right.
They might have the physical pleasures, but internal, it doesn't work out well. So we show you how to do success a proper way.
Awesome. That's what we're here for,
Yeah.
right? We're here to enjoy as much as we can.
Yeah,
To
absolutely.
breathe. Yeah.
So
Thank
that's-
you, Moss. That's
You're
so
so welcome.
incredibly generous.
Thank you so much.
I want to invite everybody listening to go ahead and click those links and download, access Moss's incredible guidance, meditation, and healing path for you to experience. And so thank you, Moss. Was there anything that you'd like to share, a last minute thought with our listeners today?
Yeah, the potential is within you. So look inwards and move out all the garbage that's inside you rather than trying to clean up the outside. It's a lot easier going inward, cleaning it up, and then you're that powerful individual to clean up your environment and yourself.
That's fantastic. Thank you so
That's gonna-
much, Moss. I truly appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back. Welcome back. We just dropped the link for Moss's free gift, so I sure hope everybody jumps in on that. He's an incredible healer, incredible speaker, and I'm delighted. And I'm catching my breath for our next guest and speaker today. I was channeling Barbara Walters earlier, thinking, like if I just brought in Barbara, the expert at if none of you know who Barbara is, well, that's because you're not old enough. But if you do know, boy, she was a, a visionary in her own right. And so I was thinking, boy, being on your toes and being able to ask the appropriate questions and stay in the flow and stay grounded and be present. And there's a lot to this job here. So now I'd like to introduce you to an exceptional individual. She is a transformational business coach. Anne Klein. She's an entrepreneur, a thought leader, and a visual artist who believes in our innate ability as master creators, connecting to boundless, infinite possibilities. And she is passionate about guiding high-level individuals to reframe their challenges. She empowers them to navigate their lives filled with growth, satisfaction, creation, and freedom. And her unwavering mission is to support individuals in embracing the joy of being ever expanding beings and creators and reopening doors to being authentically brilliant, liberating freedom, and delving into their next possible big ideas for a truly lip-smacking life of dreams. Welcome, Anne Klein.
Thank you so much. That
I'm
was a
not seeing. There
mouthful.
you are. Yeah, how
Thank
exciting
you for
is
having me
this?
here, Dr. Hall. You're creating something really beautiful for people, very powerful. Thank you for including me.
Well, thank you. I've been feeling this nudge for some time now that, there's been a lot of us on the path for a long time. You've been on your path for a long time. Would you like to share with us how you got to this place and doing what you're doing now?
Oh my gosh, the journey is forever, right? It starts before
Well,
you're born, up to age 5, we're figuring out how to handle this world, how to create what the rules are going to be for us so that we can be happy and successful. And you just keep falling forward and falling forward and falling forward. And your challenges become these fascinating chapters of learning that allow you to open to your next level and taste the satisfaction of that opening. And so, what is life if not just a magnificent journey of learning, expanding, feeling younger and younger as you learn more things. So every time I learn something new, I think, wow, I'm so young because there's so much I still don't know. So
yeah,
to me,
oh, for
learning
sure.
is the fountain of youth.
Yeah.
So how did I get here? I was born in a large family that had lots of rules and structures, and I'm a freedom seeker. I understand why the rules and structures were in place. And over time, I've had the opportunity to know that a good number by repeating scenarios that I experienced that weren't wonderful scenarios, I had the opportunity to really look at perhaps some of the rules or structures that I believe in aren't working for me. Perhaps there's somebody else's, and I adopted them as my own. And I started to really search into my own, what is true for me, what's false, what are my structures, are they really working for me? Maybe this was something my grandfather told me that worked for him, but it's really not for me. So I started to throw everything up in the air. My life's been an interesting journey. It's like all of you, hopefully you are creating an incredible novel with fascinating chapters. One just leads to the next, and you really can't do anything wrong. You can take the fast route or the slow route, but whatever route you take, you are getting tuned up for the next thing you're about to do. So I just realized that it's a very forgiving journey, even though you may go through struggles. On the other side of that struggle, you always get to see the really profound learning that you got to have to expand yourself so that you could be standing where you are now. So who you are now is a culmination of your past. You're
How did
creating
you
right
get here?
now into your future.
What was it that you were doing that got you here? Now you're a coach and a mentor and a visionary, but what happened along the way? What was the pivot point that turned directions?
I have constantly been following my intuition against what I would think to be societal norms, things that I thought I had to do or had to be, versus the voice inside telling me what I should do.
Mhm.
And that voice inside's never done me wrong. It's been stressful at times to choose the things that my voice is saying, do this now, but
Yeah.
it's never been a wrong turn. And so the journey to get me here was I was a high school art teacher for many years, and I had a couple of marriages that didn't work well, and those kinds of repeating scenarios caused me to look at my rules and structures, because I constantly like to be learning and growing, seeking and experiencing. So what's gotten me here is my love of my own expansion and the satisfaction therein, and my love of supporting others and having those same individual experiences with guidance. The part of me that loves to teach and collaborate and play with others brought me to teaching, and then popped me out of teaching and brought me into a coaching venue where I can be completely free and on my own.
Yeah. So you were a teacher? Were you a high school teacher,
I
university
was a high
teacher?
school art teacher for
Okay, because I
17
was
years.
seeing this energy around.
Yeah, and I'm a
Very
professional
artistic.
artist as well.
Okay, beautiful.
And I have often expressed, what's interesting is years ago, I was constantly looking for what I was going to create next. I would be, I'd be searching for the next thing I was going to draw or produce. And in the midst of a big emotional challenge where I was leaving a second marriage, had left it, had attracted a not so great relationship, I was really looking at my rules and structures. Every time I'd get hurt, I would think, is that a rule that's important? And I was auditing everything. I was auditing my whole operating system. And I went into a ceremony. And when I was in the ceremony, I saw all these visions. I saw my past, my present, and my future. When I came out of it, I realized that I see those things all day long. I see those images daily, and I don't pay attention to them.
Right.
And the next drawing I worked on, as I started to draw it, it started to show me what else wanted to be in the drawing. It started to, like we do in our lives, we get ideas, we get hunches, and we don't listen to them.
Yeah.
And we pile them up in a big pile for later. And what I realized was I'm constantly being communicated with in delightful ways, visually and with information. So whether you're an artist or not an artist, you are constantly getting beautiful ideas on next steps. And most of us are not listening to those. It's like they are, maybe you think they're just a whimsical idea in the back of your mind. But
Static.
they are there now because they're ready.
Mhm.
They're not ready for 20 years from now. They're ready for now. Like when Karen was talking, she got the hunch about her salons and she took it. She didn't wait for it.
Right.
You
Yeah.
get great ideas. So I've started to coach people on how to distinguish between that societal voice and that intuitive voice,
Mhm.
and how to build the muscle so you can trust which voice it is and which one to follow. And then you can get into that quiet place. Every person has talked about this quiet place that you can go. When I was, let's say 15 years ago, I was feeling, maybe 20 years ago, I had a big shift. Something popped me out of my job. It felt like very traumatic. Everything was up in the air. And I felt like, why am I always alone? Shortly thereafter, a friend of mine gave me an audio from Abraham Hicks for the first time. I listened to an audio there. I remember exactly where I was. It was so profound. It felt like someone was speaking my language. Like it was so simple, but someone was actually speaking my language. And I just started to really follow in a different way. I started to function in a different way, where I was listening. And I realized that I was surrounded. I was never alone. I was surrounded by my concierge team.
I love
And
that.
it could be, who is your concierge team? When you think about it, who are the people who've always been there for you? And they could feel like they're in your past right now. So my grandfather, who passed away out of the physical when I was in ninth grade, he's so ever present. Important people in my life are so ever present. And I've come to the understanding that we are surrounded by this quantum field, this God force, this concierge team that has the bird's eye view for everything that we want. When I work on my artwork, I get so close to it because it's 3 by 4 feet. It's on an easel. I get so close to it that I can't actually see it in its entirety. And that's how you are. You are so close to yourselves that you can't see your full self. You can't see all your possibilities. And so I rely on my concierge team, knowing, since I got these downloads of images, I know that I'm being engaged with. And scientifically in quantum physics, it's proven.
Yes.
It's not just something that someone says because it feels fun. You are an interactive, co-creative collaborator in your life and in this universe.
In the quantum field.
And you are in it. So what I'm really focused on, my mission right now, 95% of people who are asked say they are not living to their full potential.
That's terrible, isn't it?
Imagine how fun it would be to even live at 80%.
Mm-hmm.
You guys who are on screen, you are at a higher level of participation than the many of you who are not on screen right now. Pop on. I challenge you to pop onto the screen and throw in the chat what percentage. Woo, there's somebody. It's like popcorn.
Yes,
What
let's pop it,
percentage
you
of you-
guys. Step into some abundance that you're ready to claim.
Yeah, it's great to see you, Heather,
Just be
Ruth,
bold.
Mika, Karen, Julie, Melissa, Dr. Hall. I'm
Yes,
glad you're on
hello.
screen.
Hello, Ruth. Hello, Nika.
So
Heather.
throw into the chat. What percentage do you think you operate at? 0 to 100% on a daily basis. I'm not at 100. I crave it. I want to feel what that's like before I exit this physical realm. I want to feel. I have had moments where I felt like I was absolutely at 100, and they're dynamite moments.
Yeah.
So when I read this, Melissa 98, fantastic. And
Almost
thank you for
30.
your
Wow,
honesty.
we got to move you up, Olaf.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for your honesty, guys.
Yeah.
Because when you take a look at that, then you decide how many of you would like to be at a higher level than you wrote. Put yes in the chat. Thanks you. Thanks for raising your hands. You guys are engaging. That's fun for me because I'm a social being.
Yeah, you're teaching us all.
So-
you're amazing.
So when you guys are engaging on a high level, what do you need to do that? To me, what I see over the time that I've been working with hundreds of thousands of students and adults is that vision. There are 3 things that you get to have to keep stepping forward in your life. And we can talk just about the quantum field or about the energy, but what I find is people need these baby steps to get there. Like, to me, Abraham Hicks was a baby step that came to me after I went into like my first and only depression after feeling victim, like I lost my job when I decided it was not okay for me to stay there and I left it. So I jumped into a Tony Robbins event because I heard you could walk on fire with your bare feet. I mean, not fire, but
Hot
coals.
coals. Hot
And I
coals.
thought, I need to shake myself awake again. I can't be sitting here crying 6 hours a day. I need to pull my head out of my ASS. I have a life here. So I didn't know what was going to happen. My intuition was excited about knowing I could do something I didn't think I could. I did that with students all the time with clay. I had them make something with their hands that came out of the earth in the matter of a week. What's possible? So I walked on the hot coals. Then Abraham Hicks information came. I delved into that. we've got all these doorways we can step into to become bigger. And the bigger you become, the more exciting life is, right? How exciting is it just sitting in a chair watching TV? It's relaxing, but how exciting is it? If you want a lip smacking life full of electricity, you get to be in it. You get to be part of the creation of it. And so what I find is people need a baby step. I needed baby steps to get me where I am now. And Dr. Hall asked me my journey. It feels so big that I can't like summarize it for you. It's one baby step after another, after another, after another. And my intuition saying, you've got to do that. You've got to look at that. You can't ignore that. It's too exciting. That's calling you. Go over and look at it. So I do. And that's what I support people in doing. So given the fact that you start making your structures for how to live the best you can when you're not even born yet, up to age 5, I realized that when shit was hitting the fan, excuse my French, and that's French, by the way, shit is,
Yeah. They say
um,
merit is actually
yeah,
the replacement word. Yeah.
when that was all hitting the fan, I just decided, there's something that I need to shift here.
Mhm.
And sometimes that stuff that's hitting the fan is such a gift, isn't it? Because it makes you uncomfortable enough. When you're kind of uncomfortable, no big deal. When you're very uncomfortable, big deal. So thank you, God, quantum field, universe. Thank you for putting me under the pressure to wake me up so I can take a baby step. I don't know where to go from here. What's the next baby step? So what I see people are challenged with is 3 things. Their vision. What is their vision? If you don't have a clear vision, you can't go there. I was walking with a Native American friend in the woods, in the ice, in the snow, in the winter. We were walking through this gorge. It's a friend of mine. There's a tree that fell over the gorge, and it was just beautiful there, but it was icy. He said, a bridge. He jumped up on this tree trunk. He walked across this area. If he had fallen, he would have fallen 25 feet onto ice. And he goes, are you coming? No, I'm going to watch you. And I didn't say a word. And I thought, damn, he's so courageous. And then he went all the way over and he was laughing and he came all the way back. And I go, what were you thinking about? And he goes, when I was on this side, I was thinking about getting to that side. And when I was on that side, I was thinking about coming back. He was shooting at the target. How many times do you go for something and you're not shooting at the target? Your vision isn't clear. And then on top of it, you're scared of it. So you keep throwing in clutter. You keep throwing in contrasting vibrational elements that are wavering.
Doubt.
Yeah, if you're going to shoot at a target, like when I was really awesome, I have to tell you a secret. When I was in 8th grade, I won the Midwest finals for the Pepsi Cola Hot Shot basketball competition. You got to shoot for 1 minute, as many buckets as you wanted. I shot 2-handed, tipped the ball on my chin, and threw it up from there, and I would swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the Milwaukee Bucks arena, I beat everybody. I beat the 18-year-old boys. I beat every category. What was I doing? I was shooting for the inside circle of the bucket. I wasn't worrying about hitting the rim. I was shooting for the goal.
Yeah. Yeah.
So vision. The second thing is a path. You need a pathway. Sometimes you need a coach or support. I have 3 coaches. I don't care how high I get.
Mm-hmm.
There's someone higher who can mentor me. And I like knowing I'm being mentored. What's the path for you? And sometimes the path is the next baby step. It could be clicking on Karen's link or Helena's link. That could be the very next step that starts, hey, hello, another person.
Yeah.
Another person showed up. So it could be the fact that you clicked a link, it starts making momentum for you. It starts changing your whole world because you made a decision. Hey, you also made a decision when you stayed in your chair. But you make a decision and you put some momentum on when you make some movement. So don't underestimate the power of a baby step. And then the third thing is your rules are so vision, a path to that vision, and then the behaviors that you're exhibiting to get there. So how are you being? What are your behaviors? And those are based on your beliefs, your rules, your structures. Now, I'm someone who loves to go to the highest level and talk about, the energy and the vibration of the whole universe. But if you've got like our last speaker, was his name Mas?
Massagedi, yes.
Mas. If you've got something in the past, you've been practicing for 50 years, 5 decades, 50 years, someone can tell you that's outdated and you can say, yeah, I know. But when you get under pressure, you're going to do it anyway because you practiced it. It's the well-worn path of your behaviors.
Yeah.
So
how has listening to your intuition been beneficial in making decisions?
oh my gosh, my life is exciting. What can I say?
What I can say is a lot of people wish they had exciting lives, right?
Yeah.
And so how wonderful that you can embody that, and every step of the way, every step is an exciting experience.
I mean, it's not a cakewalk.
No.
Okay. So my life would not be exciting if it was a cakewalk. I love cake though, by the way, Ruth.
And some people thrive on trauma. So
Yeah.
it can get easier and easier, don't you find, Anne? Is when we trust our intuition, we get more into that flow.
Yeah, you have all these different muscles. And if you think about all the behaviors that you've exhibited up to today, you've practiced them over time and you have a muscle memory for those, even if they're not great for you. So what I support people in is recognizing where that comes from. So you can say, oh, you know what? That was intelligent that I came to that conclusion. I'm not an idiot. That was smart. And thank you, 4-year-old Julie, for coming up with that because it protected me for many years. But now it's not working for me. Now it's keeping me from the things that I want. So I have people look at the source of what's keeping them from their freedom to move, to explore, to expand. And then we look right at it. It's like, look right at your fear. Familiarize yourself with it. Lance Armstrong, the great 7-time Tour de France winner, said in his book, It's Not About the Bike, those giant mountains that he had to climb for the Tour de France, they're scary. He said he climbed them over and over until they were his friend. Isn't that interesting? If you get enough information about your fear or your enemy or they're not so big anymore, and you can get resourceful. You can get neutral. So those 3 things I work on with people because I want people to feel, I want them connected with what you're talking about today, Dr. Hall, your intuition. Your intuition gets buried behind all these screens, these societal rules, things you think you should do, something your mom told you and you loved your mom. You don't, even though you're 60 and your mom might not be here, you still feel this homage to obeying that structure. And how to allow yourself to rewrite or reframe or see those differently so you can continue moving.
So
I have
go ahead.
Something I'm going to throw in the chat that I shared with my clients in the last couple of years. Oh, I can't share it. It's restricted.
So Anne, I have a question for you. For anybody listening, you obviously have been trusting your intuition. What is the one thing that you do and that you would encourage people to trust their intuition? That little inner voice.
What I do, in the spirit of starting small, because I'm assuming you're on here because it's not your superpower right now to trust your intuition. So what I like to have people do, what I started to do, is I listen to myself on the little things. Like, I'm thirsty, I would go drink water. I have to go to the restroom, I'd go. I want to check out this. If I don't move this over, it might fall. I move it. I follow all the little signals that are going on internally, and it starts to get a trust. It starts to help you develop a trust so that you're listening to yourself. And then when my intuition tells me I'm in my car ready to go to an appointment, and I remember that I forgot something, I come in and right next to it is the thing I needed for my appointment that I forgot. I reach my hand up and I say, thank you. I'm connecting and communicating with the energy, the collaborative forces around me. And I want to constantly be in connection there. I want to say thank you. I want to receive. I want to acknowledge that I heard because I want more. So that's what I would suggest for you. And that's how I started. And if you have a strong feeling about where you should be going and you're gut wrenched about it, there's a heart meditation you can do that Tony Robbins talked about years ago, but you can put your hand on your heart. My heart is like under my boob. It's hard to find it, the heartbeat. Find your heartbeat, put on some beautiful music. Think about how your heart's been beating since before you were born and feel the great appreciation for your heart. And then spend about 10 minutes thinking about the most beautiful things that ever happened in your life and taking that appreciation and wrapping it around your heart. And after about 10 minutes, what they discovered is Helena did something similar to this, but your heart and your mind sync. And then ask yourself, what should I do? And you'll get the answer because it'll be from your heart, from your intuition.
Wow, that's rich, beautiful, wise.
So I can't transfer this to you, huh? So I have
Oh, it's
a
okay. Well,
handout.
you have a free gift, I think, that you're offering to share with
I
us.
am, and I'm trying to put this handout in here too.
Well, if you can send me the link, maybe email, we'll drop it in a little later.
Yeah, so it's like 8 or 9 things that you can do to look at last year to go into what kept you from moving forward. Okay? What kept you from moving forward last year? And then pick your top 3 that you would like to change or tweak. And my gift to you is a link to my calendar for a 15-minute call to solve one impossible distraction. I'm going to help you solve one impossible distraction, but it would be great if you did that sheet. If you did the sheet first, you'll be more in tune with the one that you really want to work on.
Yeah,
Okay.
cool. So
Happy, ever expanding life to all of you. You deserve a dynamic, fun, challenging, sometimes gut-wrenching life that's fit to be in a lengthy movie that people can't wait to go see.
Wow. Yes, you are. Well, thank you so much, Anne. I appreciate all of your teaching and your creative vibe that you're sharing with us. It's so inspiring. It's inspiring for any of us going through challenges, which we always have, of one way or
Yeah.
another, but to move through it, you're an inspiration. Thank
You're
you so
welcome.
much.
Such a pleasure to be here. Thank you for letting me squeeze as much as I could into that time with you.
Oh, you did amazing. Yeah, thank you. Everybody,
Sending love to you guys.
yeah,
Have a beautiful rest of your event.
thank you so much. And ooh, there's a lot to take in with that incredible soul. Anne is just so full of stories and information for us. Go ahead and write in the chat what you took away from Anne's wonderful message. It's truly amazing. And so listen, we've got some incredible speakers coming up and also for tomorrow. And if you're someone that would like to re-listen to these words of wisdom, you might want to subscribe to the VIP, and my team will drop in that link so that you can have unlimited access to all the replays. You will, by being part of this summit, have a free replay, and it'll be up for you 48 hours after we render them and put them available. So go ahead and click the link for the VIP, and you'll also receive a bunch of other goodies. You'll receive access to my go-to quantum tool called Stress Buster. You'll have a one-on-one abundance call with me, and you'll also be invited to a private training following this event next week. And all the VIPs, you get to join me to have a Q&A. We're going to have a 45-minute Q&A after all of our speakers today. So it'll be a private, intimate group, just the VIPs, where you can ask me any questions, and maybe there'll be some free readings or healings. So, but now let's pivot. Let's pivot to an exciting speaker that I have to share with you. I'd like to introduce you to Debbie Lynn Grace. Debbie Lynn Grace and I go back quite a ways on our paths. And so she's an amazing woman, and she is a dedicated transformational leader. She's an author, an international speaker, known for guiding individuals worldwide to dissolve energy blocks and activate authentic power. And with 38 years of marketing expertise and authorship of outrageous business growth, Debbie's impact extends through numerous publications, podcasts, and radio programs. Her global influence in business, leadership, and personal development conferences spans 3 decades, while her online programs and speaking engagements continue to transform the lives of countless individuals around the world. Welcome, Debbie Lynn.
It's so good to see you. It's lovely to be in your space again. It's been a while. So
It has,
can I
we
just tell
chatted
you,
on
you
the
look,
phone. Yeah, we chatted,
we-
reconnected, but gosh, we go back a long ways, huh?
we do, and I'm just telling you, I don't know what you're doing, but I want to drink your Kool-Aid because you look gorgeous.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for that. It's, what can I say? Our meditations.
Well,
Yeah.
if you've got the anti-aging serum, I want it. You look
Yeah,
beautiful.
well, we can go into that in another event. Yeah. No, I'm working on the Barbara Walters vibe here to keep things moving smoothly. Okay. I'm trying to channel her, and it's not going so great. Well, anyway, so Debbie, how did you start your career? I mean, you've been in business and it's made some redirects slightly, but you've incorporated so much of who you are. Where did it start and to get you where you're at now?
Yeah, well, I mean, how long do you have? But I think that any of us most of us on the transformational curve that teach what we teach now about living in a high vibration, whatever words other people use, but you start out as a kid, go, this is what I want to do someday. And so, like most people, I went on the conventional path, and my background is marketing. I'm a marketing expert, a business growth expert, and that was my background in the corporate world. And I was vice president of marketing for a huge bank for a while. I was on the agency side for a while. So when I went off on my own 30 years ago, I started a marketing consulting agency. And quite honestly, as a left brain, analytical, strategic thinker, I had it all planned out. And at which point, some of those of you have ever hit like a curve in your life,
Yeah.
curveball in your life, and an obstacle in your life. And the obstacle for me came in the form of a divorce. That I went through right at the beginning of my career, just at the beginning of me starting my business. And I didn't see it coming. And so it literally took me on a left turn that changed the whole trajectory of my life. So here I am, this marketing consulting, I have this agency, and it did pretty well, like right out of the gate, because my background is direct marketing. So I have a very specific expertise. And this was before the internet, by the way. So I started my business with, I started my business with literally a business card and like 100 people and, on a database, and that was it. And
we had Rolodexes.
We had Rolodexes, exactly. And so fax machines, I mean, we won't even go there, talk about, I'm really aging myself here. But the fact is, like, when I went through my divorce, not long after I started my business, and then all of a sudden I'm like no support system. And I just moved to a city where I didn't know anybody. So me and my husband had moved to a city where I didn't know anybody. So like most people, when you hit obstacle or curveball, but when you get cut down by the knees, which I did, I turned to my support system. And one of the people I turned to was my older sister, Lisa, who at that time was an energy worker, a very gifted healer. And quite honestly, I didn't even know what that meant. I'm a left brain analytical strategic thinker, and she's woo woo. And I'm like, I just really didn't live in that world. And she said some words that literally changed my life. And I said to her, I said, will I ever be happy? What do I do? And she said, it's time for you to learn what I do. And when I said, why would I do that? She said, because it will help you heal. And in that moment of complete blind faith, I entered her world, the world of energy healing. And over the course of the next couple of years, I learned this energy work called flow alignment and connection, which is basically the ability to track energy flow in any human or situation, past, present, or future, and see where there's an energy block and facilitate the flow so the energy block is released. Now, I learned it to heal myself, and I had no intention. In fact, I didn't tell anybody what I was doing. Only my best friend and my sisters knew what I was doing. Because by day I was building my marketing consulting business. And by night, I'm learning this energy work, thinking, I have just landed in the land of the aliens. I don't know what this is or how it's working. I don't get it. But somehow it activated within me this higher level of intuition, this ability to track energy flow and anything. And it started to almost mesh with my business in a way that I could never have foreseen. And so I found myself all of a sudden, my business started to grow, and I would talk to my clients and ask them the same questions I ask everybody when it comes to marketing. What are your marketing challenges? What are you here for? All the classic questions. And one day, not long into me learning this energy work, I'm sitting across from a client, and all of a sudden I hear this voice in my head, which I've never heard before, this particular voice. And it says, ask that person what happened to them when they were 5. And it started to tell me all the fears that this person had and how it was affecting their business. And I was having this surreal experience as I'm smiling at this client sitting across from me, and I'm hearing this voice in my head. And now I'm starting to argue with that voice, going, who are you? And I'm not asking this client. I started to argue with this voice in my head. And it was so insistent that I kind of blundered and bumbled out. And I found myself just saying out loud, I just have a question for you. And I said, I'm just wondering, did something happen to you when you were 5? And I literally started to say what the information I was getting in my head. And my client just stopped and their jaw dropped, and then the tears started. And they affirmed everything I had just said and said, yes, that's true. And it started to happen in all of my sessions, and all of a sudden this voice. And so by now I started to be able to track the energy flow. I can't even describe what I do. Sometimes it's not words for it, because I track on so many different levels when I'm working with somebody, whether I can see them physically or not.
Oh, we're interdimensional beings. So
Yeah, so I'm
multidimensional.
tracking things all the way up to a soul level. I'm communicating with their soul. But at that point, I didn't have that ability yet. That was, 30 years ago. But I was able to track, though, I don't even know how, the energy of what they were saying, of their business, as they were talking about their business. And then I had like this newfound superpower that was giving me this information. And quite honestly, I'm going to be honest. I didn't think, oh, now here it is. I'm going to tell everybody I'm an energy worker and I'm an intuitive. In fact, I held on to that information for 12 years as my business grew. I wrote a book, I spoke around the world, and I talked about business growth. I didn't tell anybody what I was really doing, and how I knew some of the information that I knew was beyond my expertise. And that changed the trajectory until the universe came knocking on my door about, I don't know, like 20 years ago, and said, it's time for you to go on the right path. And it came in the form of a channeling. And it came in the form of one day I woke up and I heard that voice came in my head, said, go to your computer, turn it on. I went to my computer, I turned it on, and my fingers just started to move. And I'm reading my screen while my fingers are typing. And I'm getting sicker and sicker to my stomach as I'm reading what I'm typing. And it was a real out of body experience. I mean, I remember it vividly. And after hours, I was done. And I basically channeled this document that said, you came on this planet to show people how to align with their soul, how to align with the universe, just like you're showing them how to align in their business. And it told me I was supposed to get a group of people come around the country and work with them over for 6 months. And it was very specific. And I put my finger over the delete button because I thought nobody knows that this happened. So I'm just going to pretend that this didn't happen because I don't know what soul alignment is. I don't understand why you're asking me. I'm a marketing consultant. I mean, I had all the reasons why this was crazy, but I called my sister and I told her what happened and I'm sobbing. And I said, I don't know what to do. And she laughed. She goes, I don't understand. I'm like, "Oh, what do I do? What do I do?" And she goes, I don't understand your question. You just got a whole document that told you exactly what to do. And I held on to that document for a few years until the voice came back and took that decision out of my hands and said, go to your computer, turn it on. And the next thing you know, I'm typing an email because now I have a following all over the world. And I sent this email that was channeled that said, I'm going to give a 3-part webinar series and show you how to align with your soul, how to align with the universe, just like I teach how to align with your business. And I'm going to share information I've never shared in public. And that's when I outed myself. After
You came
12
out of the
years of being an
closet.
energy worker, and it took me 12 years to come to terms with that there was this direction the universe was asking me to take, and I was not on board. I'm going to be totally honest. And since then, I mean, it's such a radical different time in my life because I'm such a different person today. Now I can't imagine not doing this. I mean, I still actually have I have a very specific, unique expertise in marketing. So I still have a few, but you won't find that anywhere on my website because I'm a hidden secret, so to speak. All of my work, predominant amount of my work is showing people how to align on their soul path. I can't fathom not doing it. It's such a part of my being now. And so it was a massive left turn I
Yeah.
wasn't anticipating. And I'd love to tell you, my advice to everybody on here is if you get a calling and it comes to you and it is a left turn, you take it with no questions. Because I made my life pretty miserable by not following it for a while.
So based on that, what decisions did you make when you didn't trust your intuition that you regret?
Well, I started to feel like a fraud, quite honestly. I really started to feel like, and because I was so patterned to, I moved my way up in the corporate world really quickly. And I was, I have a high achiever type of personality. So I'm like, if I can see it, I'm going after it, right? Well, when you operate from a place of flow, it's a very different energy. And a place of flow is not about what I can do and what I can achieve. It's about what I'm being guided to do. It's a very different place. And so I would say that it was a challenge because I didn't realize that I had activated this part inside of me that was bringing me towards the land of flow, into soul alignment, into what it was, and to understanding that I came into this world already with the knowledge of what soul alignment is. And I had to go find it. I had to go remember it. And I didn't know how to do that. I was doing it blind. I had no guidance. I had no help along the way to do that. And so I had learned that I had to keep listening and not wait for that voice to show up, every 2 years. And I started to realize how much there were other things available to me to access that level of guidance and that intuition. But before I decided, I'll tell you, the turning point came for me is when I finally said yes. At the beginning of my journey, I said, okay, I'll do this, but will you give me this over here? I tried to bargain. I know this sounds crazy, but that was my level of thinking. If I do this, what you're asking me to do, which is crazy, can I get back on my path over here and build this business and do this? Like, if I do this for you, God, will you let me do this kind of thing? And it just kept kind of, slowing down my path until I realized one day the only way this is going to work is if you just completely surrender. Whatever, and that's the way I operate today. If I wake up tomorrow and the universe says to me, you become a dog walker, I will literally become a dog walker. I mean, if that's the guidance that I get, that's, because I've realized that every single time I have said yes to that higher guidance, it has taken me on a path that is far surpasses my wildest imagination on what's possible and showing me how powerful I truly am.
Yeah, it's very exciting too. And the more you trust it, putting one foot in front of the other, even
Yeah.
when you don't have a clear picture, I think, of where it's all headed, because there's a huge element of trust and building up courage, right? Confidence
Yeah,
along the way.
yeah,
Yeah,
it really does take it really does take courage. And but I'll tell you something, once I got into that energy of I'm a yes, it no longer took courage. It
right.
took courage to get to the point to say yes. But I'm like, once I live in that place of yes, I'm there for you. I'm in service to you, whatever you guide me to do, because I now have a whole history of decades that every time I got guided to do something, no matter how crazy it seemed, I changed my name because of my guidance. I teach things I never thought I'd be teaching. I started a magazine. I've done so many crazy things that were never on my to-do list, never on my vision board, never thought I would see it. And every time I've done it, it has been such a profound difference in my life in the most unimaginable ways that I would never have guessed.
Was there anything specifically that helped you to trust that little inner voice?
Well, you know, as I said, it was the me sitting down at some point, realizing, what are you doing? Like every time you actually do say yes to this guidance, it works out. So it was, you know, it was literally a trust in myself, basically, and to finally trust myself that I was going to be okay and trust the universe that I was going to be okay to get, you know, to get to that point. And so I would say it also helps when you're working in soul alignment is in the highest vibration that you can live, right? And so from that space, it makes you so much more in tuned to where the flow is, where your flow is in the universe. And that's what helps me each and every day. When I'm out of flow, I am so clear that I'm out of flow, and I use my own tools that I teach to get back into that space. And it is so essential, but it's the easiest way. You know, I mean, sitting here waiting around and going to a mountaintop and going, okay, I need guidance here. For some people, that might be the way to do it, but you have to live your life each and every day. So for me, I try and apply the principle of flow to every single aspect of my life. You know, who do I work with? What am I doing? In my personal life? I use it. In my business life, there isn't a place in my life that I don't use it. And I know very much when I've all of a sudden defaulted to that overachiever pushing energy, and I have to take a step back and go, nope, take
Yeah.
a moment,
Or that
reset,
over analytical version of
over
ourselves, right?
analytical.
Because
I
I think
mean,
that stops your flow too, when we're just
yeah,
analyzing and
yeah. But I've learned how to what do I want to say? Make peace with not putting the analytical side as the highest echelon. It's my flow side is on the highest echelon. And my analytical side, when it's needed, I'll call upon it. When it actually is useful, like tracking a marketing campaign,
right,
you know what
and
I mean?
discerning, making
And
a decision.
discerning. But
Yeah.
I will tell you something that my greatest successes in business, I mean, seriously, my greatest financial successes in business were things I were guided to do that I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
I never planned on working with highly sensitive people. It was 100% guided. And I remember when I got guided to do that, because I'm highly sensitive and I'm empathic, and it wasn't something I normally talk about, but I kept teaching tools for highly sensitive people to help them be more protected and more grounded because it seemed like nobody knew this information.
Well,
And so, well, you know, I got guided to do that.
yeah. Who wrote the book for HSP? I didn't even know what that meant. And yet I've been
Yeah.
living it my entire life.
Right. Living it my entire life and not realizing how
Yeah.
much it literally affected every single decision I make. And one day I got guided and I went online to search who's helping highly sensitive people. And besides the woman that wrote the book, Elaine Aron, you
Oh,
know, there was literally 24 books, 24 on Amazon, 24 Now there's hundreds. There's not
Yeah.
even thousands. There's hundreds. And I mean, I had no intention of, like, it seemed like another left turn. Okay, now I'm teaching a class for highly sensitive people, not soul alignment. Why am I doing this? And now, years later, 100% makes sense to me. 100% makes sense to me. And and now I've started a magazine specifically for highly sensitive people. I mean, I look at their intuition as the gift that keeps on giving. It really is. Your intuition, it can track you to maybe, what to eat, or should I go on a date with that person or not? I mean, some things that seem serious to you or important to you in that moment in time. But the bigger guidance, there's a bigger plan from the universe. And the plan is for the universe to guide you to things that keep activating more and more of your power, so you can show up more and more fully. Your intuition is not just so, oh, I can get clarity on something or do something. Your intuition is just to keep bringing out more and more of your authentic self, so you understand what it means to live powerfully and authentically.
Yeah. To be on purpose, to live fulfilled with
Yeah.
beauty and abundance and success. And,
Yes.
I think intuition is one of those superpowers. I think we have many others, like manifestation,
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
create, when we're in that flow state, as you talk about, and getting in alignment, that soul alignment, what happens? We create. We create not only books and seminars and webinars and great businesses, but we create great relationships and great fun, like coming together like this and meeting old friends, and reconnecting, but abundance in ways that I think too we can't even imagine. It's just so
Mhm.
rich. Infinite possibilities. And I know there's a
Yes.
lot of teachers nowadays that go on and on and on about that, but it's truly embodying all of that and being that. It's
Yeah.
not some theory in some great book by Deepak Chopra or something. It's being in that
Yes.
field. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So how would you say what decision has made you the happiest by following your intuition? The happiest that
Uh,
you chose?
I don't know if you can have a
There's so
hierarchy,
many,
but
right?
there's so many. But I moved to San Diego, where I live, just to live here. Like, I knew I could feel I was living in St. Louis, which is a lovely city, but I was restless. I knew that I was meant to move, and I didn't question that. And so it turns out I ended up coming to San Diego for a speaking engagement. And 2 months later, I was here. I mean, I came here and I'm like, this is it. Now, I lived in LA for many years. I went to school at UCLA. So I already lived in Southern California, but then I took a detour back to the Midwest for a decade. And I knew I didn't want to go back to LA, but I had never considered San Diego, and I moved here. And I used to walk around for 20 years. I walked around, or 15 years, I don't know how long, and said, moving to San Diego was the second best decision I ever made. And I don't know why I said that, but I always used to say, moving to San Diego. And I said, I'm not sure what the first best decision is, until I woke up 10 years ago and I got the first best decision. And 10 years ago, I woke up and I heard that voice, that beautiful voice came in my head and said, you have to change your name. Not change my first name, my last name, because I had been divorced already 15, 20 years by that point. But I started my business as an author, as my old name, Debbie Vermont, and I was a professional speaker. So I had started my career, launched my business with my married name. So I never changed it. And when I got that voice, it was just like a hit, like, of course, because I need my authentic self now to be, and I'm going to a bigger space. I'm being guided to a bigger space. And that's when, I don't even know how Grace came to me. So my name was always Debbie Lynn, and I changed the last name to Grace. And it is, I can't even describe, I can't actually remember. I have a remembrance of who I was, my identities before Debbie Lynn Grace, but every cell of my being is Debbie Lynn Grace now. And it's the gift. I had to learn what grace was. I step in these massive shoes. I had to find the grace within me. It activated a sense of power as a leader that I actually never knew I possessed, quite honestly.
It's
until I stepped in
fascinating.
those shoes.
It's fascinating to
Yeah.
me because in the is Hebrew religion, uh, Judaism, and I think also Arabic, people they change their name if somebody's having a difficult life or they're very sick or they have lots of bad luck, they say. But you know, I changed my name too. I don't know if you
Yeah.
ever knew that. I changed
No,
my first name just prior to going to Egypt. And that's when my whole life changed. So by changing the name, we're changing our vibration. So when you
yeah,
say
I definitely
that
changed my
every cell of your
vibration.
body feels completely different, I mean,
Yeah.
that when women get married and change their name, that's why life becomes such a radical shift for most of us.
Yeah,
And
well, I'm not giving up this name. This is a name.
I'm not giving up on here either. Yeah. Yeah. So no, it's wonderful. I didn't realize it at the time what I had done or what it meant for that, but it's truly stepping into a whole new version of yourself.
It
At
is.
soul
Yeah.
level, right?
Yeah.
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 So is there any, I mean, you've dropped so many bits of wisdom and information, Debbie, that is there one key bit that you would say to anybody that wants to develop more intuition? What would you say is the most important step or strategy?
Well, right. So, like you just go with the flow of a conversation, right? So I thought we were going to talk about something completely different, but let me go back to what,
Well, you're expert. You're an expert.
yeah, right. So, and
Barbara
you get
Walters
these
stepped in.
conversations, right? You get in these conversations, you're like, whatever's meant to come out is for the highest good. But I will say that one thing that brings me back when I'm out of flow and to remind myself, and I'm going to give this practical tip to everybody, is the vibration of harmony. And the vibration of harmony moves you to the highest resonance that is in alignment with your highest good. Because when something's out of harmony, it's out of harmony with your highest good. So if you want to be more in tuned to your intuition, start to look at what's in harmony with you. And you can start by literally feeling into your body. What does harmony feel like in your body? Because you'll start to move up into higher vibrations when you start to realize, what does harmony feel like in your body? And maybe the easiest thing to do is like go outside, because when you're outside and you're connected to nature, it's easier to find that resonance of harmony. And think to yourself, where are the places I love to vacation? It's because they're in harmony with your being. So if you start to look through the lens of harmony, because harmony gets you present, first of all, gets you present in your body, gets you present, and it bypasses your mind because you're feeling into what feels in flow, what feels in harmony. And you get present to that, you can start asking your question, are my clothes, am I in harmony with my clothes? And am I in harmony with this relationship? Am I in harmony with where I live? Because when you start to do that, you start to activate that energy of flow, but you're activating the awareness and presence of being with what's in flow with your highest good. And when you're in that space, the universe has got the in to go, all right, now they're ready to get some direction. It opens you up to that vibration where it's much easier to receive that guidance. So, without going through all of the tools that I use that move people into higher vibrations, I spend a lot of time when I move people into higher vibrations talking about the energy, and we do activations on harmony, like really getting really clear on what harmony feels like in your body. It will give you greater access to that flow of the universe having a doorway to start giving you intuitive hits, and you'll be okay with them. You won't resist them. You won't fight them because you'll know what harmony feels like.
Well, that's powerful. And in alignment with that, I know that you have a free gift to share with us that is more or less about manifesting and being in harmony.
Yes. I actually created an entire video course on the 4-step formula that is the core of all of my work. It's about moving into a higher vibration of soul alignment, and it's a video series on the 4-step formula to become a manifesting master. And this is the formula that I teach in my like all my retreats. It's the formula I teach in my classes. It's the foundation of knowing how do you move into the higher vibrations and be able to be your highest, most powerful self. So you become a powerful manifester, but you become your most powerful self, and you live an abundant life. And so I'm offering it for free to
Well,
everybody.
wow, that's generous, Debbie. Because I think that's the secret, being in harmony, being in alignment, being connected with what your intuition is trying to say or tell you to do, and reaps the rewards. That I think the biggest thing is a lot of people have just shut that off, is that receiving. And when you're not in harmony, you're not going to receive, right? You're not going to
No,
manifest.
you won't be able to. But this shows you literally how to become the most abundant receiver that this course will share you how to
Beautiful,
do that.
beautiful. So is there one last thing that you'd like to share with our listeners, everybody here in the
Um,
audience?
I was listening to the awesome speaker beforehand. I loved what she had to say, and I think the bottom line is it does get down to practical things. But for me, um, I suggest that anybody really wanting to follow their soul path and live in this highest vibration, you start by saying
Oh,
yes and literally say yes to the universe and let the mystery unfold. Because I promise you that when you say yes to the universe and you stay in that place of harmony, the universe is going to give you nothing but gifts that might surprise you. It might excite you, and it might be terrifying. But whatever those gifts are, that place of terrifying, the more terrifying it is, the better, because it's telling you that you have access to power you're not using.
absolutely.
So my final advice is to say yes to the universe. When you get guided, no matter how crazy it seems, you move forward.
Yeah, download Debbie's gift. That's your next yes. And say hello to her over on her list. So, yeah, I thank you. Thank you for that. It was incredible, and you are incredible, and you've carved the path for so many other leaders, Debbie. We hail back from the days in San Diego. So thank
Yes,
you for shining so
yes.
bright.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you, Amaris.
yeah,
Thank you so much for inviting me here. I
you're
really
so
appreciate it.
welcome.
It's
You're
such a
so
beautiful space. Thank you
yeah.
so much.
Thank you. Well, hey, everybody. So please go ahead and download Debbie's link. Get that and get it into your flow so that you can manifest more. And we're going to take a 2-minute break. So I'm going to have my team just give us a little bit of intermission. Grab your favorite tea, go for a pee, and come on back in 2 minutes. Well, hey, are we coming back?
Already.
Okay, well, I'm excited. I'm super excited. Hope you guys got your beverage and you're refreshed as we step into this powerful conversation with my beautiful, amazing, incredible friend, Anna Kowalska. Anna guides women to birth their highest soul level body work so they can fully embody their soul purpose and live prosperously. Anna went from creating a traditional success, which created which checked all the boxes, but left her feeling empty and lost, to creating a successful business life and a life based on her unique design. And she's devoted to co-creating a world of harmony, unity, purpose, and prosperity. And without all of that, or with all of that, activating, and my screen's going crazy here today. Oh my God, activating new earth leaders. Anna, welcome. My Barbara Walters channeling isn't working so much. Where's my speaker? I don't see her pinned. Team, there we
There
go.
you go.
Anna, welcome, Anna. So great to see you today.
I'm so excited to be here. Isn't life so much fun?
I don't know about that fun part, but yeah, it's fun. It's challenging. It's a
Yes.
stretch. It's and you're an expert, you're a pro, so I'm humbled even to be on this side of the camera and microphone. But there's a lot of moving parts, and I speak quite a bit and do lives and stuff, but doing it like a 4-hour marathon is a whole nother ball of wax. So anybody who hasn't done this or has done this, give me some grace. Yeah. So
Yeah.
thank you.
It really is, and that's why I'm jokingly saying fun, because I acknowledge you for doing this and your amazing team. It really takes something. You never know. I mean, my Zoom just disconnected when you were introducing me. I'm like, oh no, wait, hold on. So I got zoomed back in. This is so great. So can we just jump into the conversation?
Well, yeah, I want to know how
Okay.
you started, how you got here, because you're so incredible. You're such a power visionary and a leader, holding the space for other people to step into their power. So tell me, how did it get there? Because I know it probably was a zigzag like many of us.
Yeah, it has been a zigzag. Can I just say one more thing though? Because I think
Please,
that
you
the
can say
way
whatever you want.
Okay, great. The way that being on this life is, with all the technology, with all the things moving, it's how life is increasingly going to be for us.
Chaotic, changing.
Chaotic, yes, absolutely. So I'll get to my story, but I want to like squeeze what we can out of this opportunity, because that's exactly what's happening. We are increasingly bombarded with so much shifting, so much changing, so much information coming, so many decisions to make. I mean, if you think about it, 100 years ago, we had to make choose. I mean, not even 100 years ago, where I came from. I grew up in Poland during communism. There were no choices for breakfast. You got what you got and you were happy you got it, right?
And you shut up and ate it all.
Exactly. And now they're right. And now there are choices. I mean, we wake up in the morning and there are all these choices. At one point, not so long ago, I actually decided for at least a week, I think I did it several times, I'm just going to wear the same clothes every Monday, Tuesday, every Wednesday, I will wear the same thing so I don't have to think extra.
I love that. I have weeks where I wore the same damn thing for 5 days in a row, because I call that a growth period. I can't think anymore. I just can't make any choices.
Yes.
Called overload.
Yes. And this is where grace comes in, right? Have grace with ourselves, have grace for others.
Oh, she was just here. She was my last speaker.
I know, I was here for Debbie Lynn Grace. Oh my gosh, love Debbie Lynn. If she's still here, I'm going to build on some of the things that she brought into the conversation, because they were just so powerful. So yes, we get to give ourselves and each other grace, and we get to be in grace with where we are, where we're going. It's not going to get any easier. I think some people would love to. So this is where I want to go with that. We'll get to my story.
Back to Poland. Yeah. Breakfast in Poland.
Breakfast in Poland. But I also I really want to go where we're going, because I think it's so beautiful. where we are going, some people would love to use intuition. I feel like I'm continuing what Debbie Lynn stopped. How about that?
Well, we're
I
all
feel
sort
like-
of in this quantum field of
Yeah. Conversation,
Yeah.
creation, right? I think some of us think that when we master our relationship with intuition, life will get better. We have some kind of perception of what better looks like, and we want it to be easier. We want money to come in faster. We want decisions to get easier. Like we have this like some kind of a delusion, and I really think it's a delusion that when we have a good relationship with our intuition, things will be better, easier. And they're only better and easier based on some kind of a perception and paradigm that we were trained in. So back to my story. I grew up in a communist Poland where I was trained to be a certain way. I mean, my environment trained me to accept what authority says, authority over me, somebody else knows better. I mean, I didn't know better either, right? But there were all of these restrictions and people not saying things and people not doing things, because if you did, you would really get in trouble. And I don't mean trouble like people wouldn't like you. Like these days we are afraid people won't like us if we say something. The way where I grew up, the environment was like, you go to jail if you say something people don't like, right? Like the stark difference. And I know there are still a lot of cultures like that.
Oh yeah,
And
in
if
Dubai, if you
Yeah.
gave somebody the finger driving, they'll arrest you and put you in jail.
Right. Exactly. I mean, there are cultures right now where if woman wears something inappropriate, she will be stoned still. That still exists.
Right.
This isn't some story in a far off future. Thankfully, I live in America now, and my parents moved us here for, I'm gonna do this, better life, okay? Better life. And I thank them for it. But guess what? When they moved me to America, I have no doubt that it progressed some kind of a trajectory for my life where all of a sudden I was thrusted into a life of choices. I didn't have to make these choices back in Poland. They were limited. I'm glad some of you are laughing with me because it really is like that.
I related to that coming from Canada. So believe me, all the phone choices or tubes of toothpaste, it overwhelmed me.
Channels. I grew up with 1.5 channels. One
Yeah.
channel that was there
One
until
that worked
midnight.
part-time.
And the second channel worked only in certain hours. To absolute 1.5 channels. You know how people like, I grew up with 3 channels. No, I grew up with 1.5 channels. All of a sudden I come to America and there are all these channels. So all of a sudden I'm faced with all these choices and I have to get used to a whole new way of life. And I didn't know anything about intuition. That conversation never entered my life, my world. I grew up in what was forced to be Catholic country. When at the time when I was growing up, there was actually a dynamic that I didn't understand, but our country was forced to be Catholic. I mean, literally forced to be Catholic because there were politically, there was a conversation happening where Pope John Pope II was supporting removing the wall and removing the Iron Curtain, but in exchange for that, we became Catholic. All of this, I'm just saying, this is
Wow.
what I know. And I didn't know this until just a few years ago, and I started digging deeply into what was happening. So much we don't know that we'll be fine. That's another layer. So much we don't know that will be opened up to us over the next few years. That is like all the games that are being played in different spaces and layers and levels. And here we are, a human being like you and me that gets a phone bill once a month, that gets a rental mortgage bill once a month. And we get to eat food because we still haven't learned how to be breatharians. I haven't. I'm on 2 meals a day because it works for me, but I haven't learned how to live on breath alone. So here we are with all of these things that we are all of a sudden will be exposed to and are being exposed to through social media, things we never had to deal with knowing. Now we know, like, you know, just 20 years ago, we probably would have never known what happened in Israel on October 7th. We would have not known that atrocious and find details. We would have never known.
There's still hidden details.
Oh, yes. But you can at
there's-
least, yeah, but you can at least find some, right? Like you can at least find some. The point is 20, 30 years ago, we wouldn't even know it happened. We wouldn't even know it happened, right? So now we are dealing with learning it. And this is going to increasingly, and when I say increasingly, I mean this year, next year, talk about people we want the veils to be lifted, right? We want the veils to be lifted. We want access to the other being. We want access to our intuitive being. But with this, we also accepting that the veils to our blindness on all levels of life are being lifted. All the ways that we have been repressed, regressed, all of that will be lifted. So now where does intuition come into place? So I come to America. I'm introduced to all these choices. I have no idea how to choose based on what I'm shown. I have no idea what the right path for me is, because on top of that, I also later on find out I'm extremely creative. I learned I came to this incarnation to learn about power, inner power and authority versus power over. So I'm learning all of that, but I don't know that's my lesson yet. And all of a sudden, I'm learning about feelings too. Like my intuitive powers come through feelings that I haven't felt all of my life because it wasn't okay to feel. So all of that started to enter my existence while I also was becoming very, very wealthy. So not only was I dealing with regular choices, I was also dealing with choices that come with being very, very wealthy for somebody who grew up in communist Poland, where wealth was on TV. Okay, it wasn't in real
It
life.
was on Dallas.
Yes, Dynasty. I'm like, what?
Yeah, exactly.
MTV Dynasty, but not in real life, even though that's what I was lured to come to. I was lured by the possibility. But anyway,
Right.
I come in, all of a sudden, all these choices and opportunities are coming into my life, and I don't know how to be with all of it. I just don't. So I push it all away. And I ask. Now, I didn't call it God at the time because remember, I grew up in a very, very forced Catholic environment.
Right.
And at age of 8 years old, when somebody told me I should tell my sins to God through priest and beat myself on my chest and say, it's my fault, the little part in me that had any choice said, there's something really screwed up with that. I'm 8 years old. I never did anything wrong other than maybe be mean to my mommy and daddy when I didn't want to eat what they told me to eat. And all of a sudden, I'm going to sit here and beat my chest. If anybody is religious, I am sorry. This is not against religion. It's against
No, we're
some parts of-
recovering. I'm recovering.
Okay, great.
Myself.
Awesome. So my 8-year-old knew that there was something really screwed up with that. But here I am, an adult, healing from it. So I call it a greater power. I knew there was a greater power. I knew there was something that was flowing through all life that made things, I love this, that Debbie brought this in, harmony, that made things in harmony. There is a harmony to this life, and I am part of it. And when I am part of it, things feel better, not necessarily are better or easier, but just I am grounded in my choices and decisions. So I started to attract people that had some insight into tools and like yoga, like meditation, like Buddhism. I was still very much like, what is this all about? I don't get it, but there was something that was starting to pull me in. So my journey took me into completely giving away and rejecting all physical existence, meaning I didn't want the money anymore for a moment. I just wanted to, for a very brief moment, I said, well, what's the point of it anyway? But remember, when I had all of that, it didn't feel good. I'm like, I had anything I wanted. I had houses, cars, clothes. I'm like, and I didn't know what to do with it. I didn't know how to be with it. So I pushed it all away, right? So now here I am trying to figure out what is it like to live without all of that. So I pushed it all away. Now I still survived, right? Like I survived. I always knew how to survive. All of us know how to survive. We are really good at that. Some of us actually fight for living at the survival level because we know how to be with that. We know how to be
stuck there. We stay
Yes.
stuck there. Then
Well,
we
because-
resist the flow
Right.
or the harmony that
Yeah.
our previous speakers talked about.
Exactly. But that's because we know how to survive at survival. We don't have to make choices that are bigger than what we know. We don't have to make the choices that are squeezing ourselves out of the old shell. So what started to happen for me through the process was learning that there is this thing called intuition. It is inconvenient. It's very inconvenient most of the time because here I am on a path and I get this insight. I don't even understand what it is, but there's this knowing. I used to hear voice. I don't hear voice anymore as much because my knowing got so strong that the voice went away when I trusted my knowing. But I would lay my head on a pillow and I would hear what sounded like a male's voice, and he would tell me things, and not just like a whole story, but like words. And then I went on a search of what does this word mean to me, and why would I even pay attention to it? So once I started to trust my knowing, the voice no longer has to tell me, though that's been my journey. But I started to trust my intuition. And when I started to trust my intuition, what I realized along the journey is that intuition wasn't to make my life easier. It was actually to help me be more of who I am. So I love what Debbie Lynn Grace said in her sharing, that the intuition is here to help us know who we are. And I'm paraphrasing, that's what I heard. Help us know who we are. We're here for a particular reason. We're not here just like an accident or a haphazard whimsy of some kind of a god on a cloud. We are here as part of this beautiful harmony that's occurring for humanity right now. And more importantly than ever before, what's occurring for humanity right now and going forward. And when we begin to live based on intuition, it will never be convenient. In my experience, my intuitive knowing never said, make this choice and you're going to make the money you need. Actually, the intuitive knowing said, make this choice and you will learn something that will open you to the opportunities for the funds, for the prosperity, for the connections to come in, but you will still get to move through something that you're not going to like because you have been so conditioned to be a certain way. But every single time I follow that and I moved through discomfort and I trusted my intuition, then absolutely the money came, the connections came, the opportunities came.
But wasn't there an element of you doing your work?
Well, that's what I mean. Exactly. That's exactly it. Right.
It's like we can hear these voices and not take action or
Yes.
second guess it and
Yep.
analyze it
Yep.
and keeps us stuck. But there's a
Yep.
certain element, like Moss talked about, is releasing these patterns, like your
Yes.
Polish patterns. I'm part
Mhm.
Polish too, so
Yeah.
I love it.
You get
Polish
it.
patterns of just clearing whatever our ancestral patterns this life. And then, of course,
Yeah.
the more we get into the deeper work, we can actually clear ancestral
Yeah.
patterns. Like
Yes.
how many generations has this been plaguing us, you know?
Yep.
So
Absolutely.
tell me about the work
Yeah.
you did to get there.
Yeah, so that's exactly what was happening. It's like I got an intuitive hit, but in order for me to truly follow it, I had to move through some paradigm shifts. So I'll give you one example. I was, how far do I want to take it? I was already past my season of wealth and rejecting it 2 more times. I was living in Manhattan and I already knew that there was something else. I was already a Reiki. I was already trained in Reiki. So I knew how to play with energy. I already knew that I was a manifesting being all the time, right? Like I love that you said, I heard you in your conversation with Debbie Lynn, we are constantly manifesting. It's our superpower and it's something we all have. We are constantly manifesting. What we're manifesting is a reflection of our belief systems, of our perception, of our understanding of who we are and what life is and what other people are. So here I am living in Manhattan. I was already doing my work deeply, but still living in this other world. I was living in the world of real estate and mortgages that generated funds I needed to live my life the way I wanted it to. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I got this, like, I started saying, someday I'm going to have a little dog and I'm going to live somewhere where I can hike with my dog every single morning. I already loved hiking, but I lived in Manhattan. I used to have dogs, but I lived in Manhattan as a single woman and I had a great social life. So there was no space for dog. And I just said it and I just heard myself say it a few times. I'm like, where is this even coming from? Okay, part of my vision, I already knew how that works, right? Like I will visualize something will happen one day. And then Hurricane Sandy happened. I don't know if you remember Hurricane Sandy over a decade ago. I lived on Upper West Side of Manhattan. And all of a sudden, people have lost ability to stay in their houses because of the flood. People couldn't hold their animals. I posted on Facebook, hey, I could watch somebody's pet for like a weekend. And a series of events occurred. And I don't need to go into details, but it's really fun how they occurred, that I ended up with a 6-month puppy in my house on a 5th story of a walk up, because I lived in an awesome 1-bedroom apartment on Upper West Side, a block away from Central Park, but my current paradigm wouldn't allow for a doorman. It was a walk-up building. So I lived on a
sorry
story.
to hear that.
My butt never looked better. My butt was so well exercised because I did 5 stories up and down. So here I am ending up with this puppy, and I'm like, I live on a 5th story. I have a 6-month puppy, which I didn't know was a 6-month puppy. I was actually told he's 1 year old, but he was 6 months. I found out like 6 months later, and he was only a year old at the time. Anyway, little by little, so I'm moving through the shifts in my paradigm. I have this 6-month-old puppy who wasn't trained. Now I'm training it, and I said yes to it. And I had to shift in I had to shift through my life. My life looked a certain way. I left my house at 9 a.m. in the morning, and I never knew. I had some things, I had appointments, I had a business, but I never knew where I would end up by 10 o'clock at night. I would have dinner with some people I just met. I mean, I lived in Manhattan. I was single. I was in my early 30s. I was just having so much fun. So a lot of those days, I didn't know what they would look like because I didn't know what opportunities would show up. I would have an appointment with somebody who was visiting Manhattan, and I would have such a great conversation, and they would say, come and join our group for dinner, and we're having sushi and da, da, da. I'm like, yeah, I'm coming. But all of a sudden I had this puppy, and I could no longer live like that. So I had to make some choices. So all of a sudden I'm making these choices. All of a sudden in the morning, instead of having my delightful journaling time, I had to walk the puppy. So it would walk before I leave the house. I'm like, what the heck did I just get myself into? But I followed every intuitive hit along the way. Well, long story short, this puppy is now my dog. He's 11 and a half. Because of this puppy, a year later, I was moving to Denver, Colorado, which was nowhere near on my map of possibility at the time. But a year later, I am driving, it was like a year and a half later, I'm driving to Colorado within 6 weeks of deciding to move. I'm in Colorado now. This is where I live. My life, and I know this for sure, you know how we never know how life would have turned out, but I know that if I never left Manhattan, and I already practiced yoga, like all sorts of different yoga. I went through white tantric experiences. I was already living that life, but I was split. When I came to Colorado, my split came together into harmony of who I am. And I'm pretty positive, like 99.9% positive, I will leave a tiny percentage of possibility, because why not? That if I stayed in Manhattan, I would have stayed very safely in the mortgage industry. I would have very safely stayed in real estate and mortgage industry. I would have meditated at night and journaled at night. I would have never made the leaps that I had to make because I moved to Colorado. So in my following my intuition, moving through internal shifts of discomfort, of having to adjust my life, having to all of a sudden shift how I see life, how I see myself, I all of a sudden began to live my purpose like I never have before.
That's a wonderful zigzag.
Yes. And I look back and I'm like, how am I even here, sitting in this house with this wonderful partner that I met in Colorado, that he was here, he's a New Yorker, but was here. We would have never met, with my dog, with my life the way it is, with things that have occurred since, because I followed my intuition. But I never followed. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You never followed.
I never followed my intuition to make more money, or to get out of a situation I didn't want to be in, or to make things easier for myself. From the very beginning, I always knew that if I say yes to my intuition, I will put myself through some kind of a challenge that will grow me. I will have to shed some kind of a paradigm. Like, for example, up until I moved to Colorado, I never lived farther than an hour away from my parents. My whole family moved from Poland. My parents and my brother moved from Poland to United States, New York. And I never lived farther away than an hour from them. To move to Colorado, I had to release all my beliefs that I couldn't live farther away than an hour from them. And then see what it looks like to create a life where I knew nobody and had no opportunities. Like, there was nobody to lean back on in Colorado, right?
You burned the bridge.
I sort of did, right? Like I said, this
No.
is where I'm going and I'm gonna create whatever I get to create and I'm going to move through whatever I get to move through, not because I want to get out of discomfort there, but because I know that who I get to be through following these intuitive choices, I will be somebody I am meant to be that I don't know yet.
Yeah, and not a lot of people get to have that opportunity. A lot of times we resist. Do you ever regret not listening to your intuition, and how did that serve you?
I'm gonna give you a silly example. Are you ready for this one?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm flying to Phoenix this coming weekend and I haven't bought my flights yet. And yesterday I knew that I should have bought my tickets. I'm like, Anna, get your tickets today. I know I'm going. There are plenty of flights. My hotel is booked. Get your tickets, get your tickets, get your tickets. I woke up at 11 o'clock. I go to bed at 9. I woke up at 11 and I get your tickets. I'm like, oh, I'll just get them in the morning. I wake up in the morning. I kid you not. With
There's
a
no
ticket, there was
tickets.
100. Well, there were tickets, but guess this. There were tickets that were $197. You know what they are today? $384.
Yeah.
So, and
So
it's
you
a
pay
silly
the price.
example.
You would basically pay the price for not
Yes.
listening to your intuition.
Yes. Now I could have used that money in 100 different ways. The
Yeah.
ticket went up twice, more than twice as much. Now one may say it's a silly example, but there is
No, but it's
always
an
a
everyday
price
example.
It
It's
is.
an everyday example. It
yeah.
happens to every single one of us.
I was fuming for 15 minutes. I gave myself 15 minutes to let the fumes and anger and rage of not following my intuition to
Kicking
pass
your
through
ass,
me.
kicking your own ass, right?
Yes. Anna, come on, you knew better. You even woke up at 11 o'clock at night because they probably changed at midnight. That's probably how it works. You even woke up at 11 o'clock to buy the damn tickets. Get up next time and do it.
I've got this image of these little gnomes, these little leprechauns dancing around and sort of laughing and laughing and laughing. Like, we told her, she's not listening. Like, it's like what they call you tricked yourself, you tricked yourself by not
And
listening
now,
to your intuition.
yeah. And to me, paying with money is the least of a price that I ever pay for intuition. There are much bigger prices that I've paid in the past, which is pain, like an opportunity that could have really made a difference for many people. I didn't say yes, and then the opportunity dissolved.
Right.
So I'm sharing this because for some people it will be big. It will be big that and a lot of us do pay with money for not listening to intuition. But there are so many bigger prices that we pay when we don't follow our intuition. We pay with opportunities, with connections. We pay with not living our true self. And that's the biggest price to me. Every single time I feel like I don't follow my intuition, there is a part of me that it feels like it's like twisting with agony. And it's the agony of not trusting in the moment. And I work through it and I heal that part of me over and over again. And still it's there. And that part of me just feels down to my gut. And not for a long time. I can shift through it. I don't beat myself up forever. But I do know that the prices that I will never know are much bigger. Because again, we don't know the prices we are paying that are not present to us in the moment, but ripple into the field that then show up in some way that we really don't want to. Right?
Yeah, so true. And in alignment with that and coming into alignment of who we are and creating the success, I know you have something special to share with our listeners.
Yes, I do. Wow, the time goes by so fast, man. I can't.
I know. I'm sorry. It's ripping by. In fact, it's January 23rd. We were just commenting on that earlier, but it is accelerating. And I think if people don't hurry up and download your gifts, they're going to miss the boat. So go ahead.
Yes. So it's the 5-step journey that I took when I began to ask myself, well, if that wasn't the life that I was here for, the money, the opportunities, the, country clubs, all of that stuff that people think they want, if that wasn't that, then what the heck am I here for? I started to ask the question and the question came in a form of many lessons. But all of them pointed to, I'm here for a reason. And as long as I continue to follow the journey of who I am meant to be over and over and escalating it, then I will be in alignment. So it's a 5-step journey to awakening who you are, what you chose as a challenge, there is a spiral that we are constantly on that has us meet this certain challenge over and over again, so we can keep growing through the expanded level of it. So it's the journey of that. And there is a part about aligning with money, because we live in a very practical 3D world. No matter how much we don't want to, we are still living and will for a foreseeable future live in this 3D reality where money plays a huge role, and it's a tool for us to be on purpose. So money is part of it. So it's a 5-step journey to living on purpose, learning who you are, birthing your soul's work into the world, because that's my jam at this point for humanity, and doing it even if you don't know what your purpose is.
Wow, that's big. That's infinite possibilities, all packed into a little small download that I'm sure is a big download. So anybody who is second guessing themselves, stop it. Go ahead and download Anna's wonderful gift for you. And if it's not today, download it now so that you can read it tomorrow or when you're ready for it.
It's a video, so have fun with it.
Oh, very good. Very good. Anna, thank you so much. Thank you with all my Polish self for coming to America and sharing your wisdom and your light, and just being this bright light and visionary leader for so many other people that are waking up and ready to step into their greatness. So thank you for sharing all of that.
Thank you, Amira, and thank you, team. I really appreciate all that you are doing for us to be here together today. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Anna. Well, oh my goodness, I gotta have a little sip. It's not vodka, if anybody's thinking that, because I've got Polish background. Listen, I want to thank you for being here today, everybody, for staying tuned in. Those of you with your cameras on, your video, it's so delightful to see your face. Hello. And I've got even somebody that's having a nap over there. I hope things aren't just maybe taking her into the deep unconscious. So listen, I want to encourage you. There's so much richness, some golden nuggets in these speakers sharing today. If you don't want to miss that, you've got to sign up for the VIP download. And besides the VIP replays, infinite access or unlimited access to the replays, you'll also get a one-on-one abundance call with me and access to my Stress Buster, which is one of my go-to tools that I teach all my students. It is their favorite. They continue to practice it. It's easy, and it gets you into that flow, into the harmony, and sending out the ripples of abundance and success in your life. So go ahead and get that download and for the VIP. And by the way, yes, and all the VIPs, you're going to join me after this is over in just a couple, maybe less than an hour, for a special Q&A, and it's going to be private, intimate group, right? So I hope that encourages you. And now I'm delighted to welcome, I've got, my list is a little bit disorganized, so I apologize for that. Oh, this is exciting, you guys. Oh my gosh. Now I'm going to introduce you to this amazing woman, Danielle Margraf. I think I pronounced it right. She's a leader of feminine wealth movement. She's followed by women around the world for her inspiring and no-nonsense teaching style. Danielle mixes her spiritual badassery with money and nervous system coaching trainings for women, using a somatic healing practices to literally rewire your body for more freedom, fulfillment, and feminine financial flow. Welcome, Miss Danielle.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Hey, I'm so excited to have the badass manifesting queen here with us. You know, Danielle.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you've been on your journey a while, but can you tell us how it started for you? What, you're a mom, you haven't been doing this for a lot of years, but tell me how you started.
Well, I've been doing this 13 years. I've been in the coaching industry.
Well, you just don't look old enough to be doing it that many years.
I'll actually be 50 in April.
You look amazing.
Not that that matters, but No,
There's
I've been
something
doing
that
it.
goes with that 50 mark. There's like
Oh,
the wisdom and the maturity, but also I think permission to cuss and be a badass.
yeah, I've never needed permission to curse or cuss or swear. That was always been part of me. But I do think that, yeah, there is something where you sort of come into yourself a little bit more. And we were actually chit-chatting about how that, you know, as a Cancer and an Aries, we're in this, you know,
Oh yeah,
this
tell us a
Zoom.
little bit about that. You expressed it very well to me. So for everybody listening,
Oh,
I'm not an astrologer, but
I'm not.
no, but the energetics and the astrologers are validating this. The energetics are so incredibly powerful. We're at a pivotal time in for humanity on the planet. It's
Yeah.
never ever occurred. Let's
Yeah.
just suffice it to say.
Well, again, this is not my expertise, but I'll just share what I've been following, what I've been told over the years. Like the past 3 years, every astrological chart reading that I've gotten has led me to this sort of moment, which is that the cardinal signs, which is Capricorn, Libra, Cancer, and Aries, which is you and I, right? Cancer and Aries. Have just ended on the 20th, January 20th, a 15-year cycle. And so because we've entered this 50 and where it's been hard and it feels like we've been, you know, we've persevered, but through like the mud and the snow and up the hill with the flip-flops on, and we just keep going, but it's so hard, right? And now it was like all of a sudden the sun dropped in and the skies are clear and we have roller skates on and we're just going. So that's really all I know. And I know my own personal stuff, but that's
And
really
so we're
all
welcoming it. We're cheering.
We're
it,
welcoming
okay?
it. Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go. I'm ready. We've built the muscle. We've built the perseverance and the confidence and the certainty and gone through the challenges of what do you call that? When you forge something in fire, you've been forged.
Oh, we alchemized it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah. Okay, so where did it begin? You know, honestly, I think, listen, I work with women to have them stop operating from their trauma and drama to make fuck you money, right? Like, I'm just going to put it plainly. And fuck you money being like, I don't need to choose between me and my kids in order to survive. I don't need to stay in the bad relationship because of financial obligations. I literally can be like, you know, choose what I want, be what I want, have what I want, do what I want, be fully expressed, donate where I want, volunteer where I want, use my time how I want, right? And that's really what I do. And that really started for me at 13 years old. And we won't go into all the details of that, but I will tell you that trauma changes you, right? I mean, everyone has experienced trauma. And I was operating from there. And so I'm a well-educated person. I have my master's degree and I have tons of certifications, but I couldn't keep money, right? I couldn't keep money. I couldn't figure out money. And what I realized when I got divorced, which was in 2011, I had two under two. I had two kids under two. And I realized this ends with me. And that initial decision of this ends with me was what I realized in this moment watching these babies, and I was still nursing my son. I mean, I was such this young mom, you know, and I just remember looking at them and thinking, no, this ends here. And what I really meant by that was the shame and the unworthiness that was being passed down generationally. That was as a result, right, keeping me in survival and lack of safety here on earth, right? Which hence is money, right? We need money to survive. We need it.
You stayed in the place that you were told to be, basically, right?
Well, yeah. Well, and listen, I think that we all, at some extent, were told like, get married, buy the house, get the college degree. This is how you should do it. This is how you're going to be successful. This is how you're going to be safe, you know? And I did it all. Right. I did all the shoulds.
You checked
I checked the boxes and I was still in scarcity. So that's really, I think, where it started. Once I made that decision, I thought, well, what am I going to do? I was already a yoga instructor. I was already, into energy work. I was a Reiki master. Now, everyone's a Reiki master, I think. I never used it really, but that's like,
Right.
it's like
No,
Starbucks now,
I
right?
say now that Reiki is like baby food. I mean,
Yeah.
it's so passe, and I don't want to diss anybody or put it down, but there's so many more advanced tools that we have access to.
Well, yeah, right. And that's just expanded consciousness. It's so lovely. We get to we're like, oh yeah, that was the thing. I remember when being a master in Reiki was like $10,000. Like it was something crazy.
know.
Now it's like, yeah. Well, anyway, yeah. But anyway, so I sold my engagement ring, my wedding band, and I discovered coaching, and I thought, oh gosh, I think this is what I'm supposed to be doing. And like I said, I had a master's, but because of my trauma, I wasn't going to put my kids in daycare. There was no way I was doing that because I thought, oh, they can't even talk to me to tell me if someone hurts them. So I was really operating from that place, even though the only evidence of that I was operating from that place was I was living in total scarcity and survival, which was in mirror to me by the lack of money that I had. That's really right, because I loved my kids and I was happy and they're happy kids. But there was this disconnect of me being a sacred feminine leader and me being someone who's in survival and really being the wounded warrior, And so that's really where it started.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
fantastic. And so what would you say was the biggest decision that you are the happiest with making in terms of trusting your intuition?
Oh, well, definitely that one decision. I mean, when I decided, listen, when you're a single mom with 2 kids under 2, no one is saying sell your rings, risk everything you have, and jump
Nope.
into entrepreneurship. Okay. No one is saying that. They're saying go get a job that you have a master's degree in and go be responsible, put your kids in daycare, and do what you're supposed to and should do. And I got to tell you, I just thought, so I truly believe, are you a Neville Goddard fan? Is there any Neville
know his
Goddard
teachings,
fans
yes.
here? I love Neville. I love
Yeah.
him. I believe there's more to it now, right? Because we were expanded consciousness. But he has one quote that is so potent. And this was one of 2 really significant decisions that I've made in my life that steered me in this direction. But he says, every opportunity comes in the form of misfortune or temporary defeat. And, it's so true. Because everything that I've done, and everyone probably here too, they probably were met with something and they had to make a decision. And right, it's like a crossroads. And that was this for me. Like I thought I could go back to work. I worked in the school district. I was a specialist. And I could go do that. And I could do what I'm supposed to do, or I could use this as an opportunity to really create. I believe our children, I believe everybody, but I believe our children, they be what they see. They
Yeah.
don't be what we tell them. So, so that was like super significant because everyone around me was like, yeah, you're doing it wrong. And I thought, well, you don't know what I know,
Yeah,
which
basically,
is,
fuck you.
yeah, right. And it is, and that was my intuition, right? Like my intuition, my nudge was telling me that, right? That was something very deep inside of me. And there was no evidence this was going to go well. And there were many times it didn't go well, but yeah, that was potent.
Yeah.
That was really potent.
So by listening to our intuition, we can access parts of ourselves and maybe manifest things in our life that we never expected were possible, right? And so it's like putting one foot in front of the other. You take one leap of faith and then something else, another door opens or another opportunity is presented to you. Have you noticed that along the path?
Yeah. So I'm going to tell you a quick story. I won't go into every detail, but I was invited in September, this past September, and this is just how I live my life. which is crazy, right? Like, I don't know anyone else who does things like this. It's like, right, it's the craziest thing. But
Well, you're
I was
welcome.
invited to
Step
go to a
into the
conference.
club now, so you're part of
Yes.
this.
Oh, I was invited to go to a conference in September. It was a Thursday evening. The conference was starting Tuesday morning, and it was in London. I don't have a passport. I didn't ever apply. I hadn't applied for a passport. And I thought, I'm going to go. And I decide I'm going to go on Thursday night, and I call the State Department on a Friday, and I essentially hit every obstacle you could possibly hit from Friday to Monday morning when I got an appointment, like this emergency appointment to be able to see if I can get a passport. I couldn't find my birth certificate. I filled out the paperwork wrong. It was pouring rain. I had to go an hour away. My flight was 2 hours away in the other direction. I mean, it was every obstacle that could, like everything that could happen did happen. And I was on a plane on Monday night at 6 p.m.
That's amazing. You're a
And
warrior for
what
sure.
I'll say about that is that was 100% intuitive, right? There was nothing logical about that. There was nothing about that that was realistic. It was 100% in spirit, right? In spirit. It was, yes, I was invited. Yes, I'd like to be there. I feel I need to be there. And that is manifestation, right? Deciding. And then every
No, that's a miracle. That you created miracles. I mean, you stepped into the power of who you are.
Yes.
And you commanded the water to part and,
yes.
And walked through.
Yes.
Surprisingly, you didn't have to take a plane.
Yes, right. Exactly. Yeah. I mean,
but hey, one step at a time, right? One step.
And as we were pulling away, I decided to take some video, and there was a double rainbow. And I mean, it was very dramatic. It was like a big wink from spirit. Like, I got you. This is a new way you're going to be moving from now on. Right. And even more sovereign way of being a leader and claiming it, and then leaving the details up to me. You just need to keep showing up despite every obstacle in your path.
That's powerful, because so often people give up. Oh, it's not meant to be. If God wanted me to have that, then it would just be, a fucking cakewalk. And it's not.
It's so true. It's like, I hate that when people say, oh, I guess it wasn't meant to be for me. No, you have to decide, right?
You have to commit. You have to jump in.
That's it.
Be all in. You just show up.
100%.
In all honesty, I had an upset stomach this morning, and I was like, oh no, this feels like a flu. And I took my grapefruit seed extract and some oregano oil. Said, no, this is not going to happen. You're going to, we're not, there's too much that goes into this event to just find it, But that's what you have to do. And honestly, I don't feel any symptoms. So, but it's with other things that show up, you have the intuition, you follow your steps and your guidance, and you just got to keep pushing through it, keep holding to that vision. Sometimes we don't have the vision, right? Like, maybe you didn't know what the conference was going to, what were the nuggets that you took away? What was the lesson of all that for you?
The question that I ask most people is, when would you have stopped? Right? When I tell it in much more detail, but it's just, when would you have stopped? Right? Like, before I left, I couldn't find my passport. They would have said I would have stopped when I couldn't find the passport, because I would have thought, there's no way for me to do it. There's no way for me to get there.
It's not meant to be.
Because you need a passport.
God doesn't want me to go.
Right. Exactly. So you need a passport, and that's just logical. And so I would have stopped. And then it was pouring rain, and I needed to get I didn't have any printer, and I needed to get copies. So I got there super early, and I went to Staples, and I got everything printed, and then I parked, and I went in, and they were like, sorry, you don't have the right, you didn't fill this out correctly. You need to refill it out. Right. And so I had to refill it out. And then I go to the counter, and they say, okay, give me all your paperwork. And I give them all. And they're like, well, where's your birth certificate? And I said, well, I couldn't find it, but I found this other piece of paper. And they were like, that's not going to work. And they come back and they say, well, what, have you ever had a passport? Have you ever had a passport? And I said, oh my God, I have had a passport like 30 years ago. And they said, oh, for another $150, we can do a search for you. And if we can find it, we can use that. So here's what, and then I had to wait for it. And here's the thing about, if you ever tried to get a last minute passport, here's the deal with that. They stop giving out passports at 3 o'clock, no matter if they have it they could have it in their hand.
Yeah, it's government.
Right. So if it's 3 o'clock and they're just about to say your name, you're coming back the next day. The fact that I got mine at 2:48 p.m. Right. So I had 12 minutes to spare. And then I had to drive 2 hours to get now, the point being is that when we're stressed, right, when we're constricted, when we're stressed, when we are in a state of contraction or tension or intensity, right, in our nervous system, we can't even look for the solution. We don't even know what the solution is. Just like you said, we don't know the vision because we are in a state where there is some level of shutdown in our nervous system to just survive, right? And so we don't remember we had a passport. We don't see that there's another way. We don't see the opportunity. We don't see the vision. We don't see the solutions. And so if we can just stay in the desire and be in the activation of the desire, and we expand our capacity to trust and know that we can embody this sensation of, right, I can trust this. So I believe intuition is a body feeling, right? Like I work in the somatic world. I believe that our body is the gateway to all the things. And so when we access that, we can actually then trust our body, that intuition, that nudge, that sensation, that feeling. We can trust that. And all this other logical sort of, we don't need to see the vision. What we need to see is the end result, right? All I needed to do was keep seeing myself on the airplane, not necessarily knowing. It wasn't my business how I was going to get there. It was just my business to know that I was going to be there.
Well, and that's so key because a lot of people go, well, how am I going to do it? I don't know all the logistics. I don't have a clue how to do that, right? You don't have to know the how. You have to show up.
Yes.
That's a confusing part for a lot of people in terms of manifesting.
Yeah.
And I think that's where we get in our own way, is that we think we know better than God.
Yeah, well, and that's it, right? Like we are most people, I'm going to just say in general, I work with primarily women, but most people, they don't know what it's like to be embodied in the feeling of the thing that they want, right? They know they want it, but we can't express what we don't embody, and we can't attract what we don't express.
That's powerful. We can't attract what we can't express. Because your frequency, and almost every other speaker has spoken on this, comes down to our frequency, right? Our vibration and just being in alignment. That's expressed.
Right. So, and if you can't embody the feeling though, right? Right. There's no way, right? There's no way to do that.
Because it's not done with the intellect. And all of us, I always say, we've been really trained well on how to intellectualize everything, overanalyze, and that stops the flow.
Correct. Yeah. Right. Well, then we're in our heads and not in our bodies.
Yeah. Head, intellect, mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
So can you share with us a time where you regret not listening to your intuition? What happened?
Yeah. I mean, listen, I think the best way of learning how to follow your intuition is by not following it.
Not following. Well, we are stubborn humans, aren't we? We're, these spiritual beings having a human experience, but we're darn stubborn.
Yeah, I think when I was first starting out, I was really, talk about survival, right? But I was doing, I'm a women's group facilitator in the lineage of the red tent. I don't know if anybody knows what the red tent is or follows that. what a great book too, if you have an opportunity to read that book. But I was doing these monthly Red Tent women's gatherings, and there was tons of women that were coming. And there was this woman who was running the place that I was renting to do the space. And I always had this feeling about this person, like there was just something that wasn't in alignment for me. But everyone else liked her. And I thought, gosh, it must be just me. It's probably me. I'm probably the one that's the problem. I was always, I'm always into like self-responsibility. So I was doing this self-blame thing. It's probably me. It's probably me, not you. And in the end, she ended up firing me from doing them because I got so successful at doing them, and she took it over to try to do it herself, and it actually failed. Right, the whole thing actually failed. But I think that had I followed my intuition in the beginning, right, I would have been much more discerning, and I would have taken my circles elsewhere. And I think that's just a feeling of it's like an energy leak, right? When we don't follow our intuition, it's like an energy leak, and it's really an energy leak of giving away our power, right? Because we are trying to cognitively make sense of things that we feel, and we look outside of ourselves as evidence for the validation and proof, right? Because most of us are taught to really look outside in, right? We look out here for our proof, and we operate from outside in instead of from inside out. None of us are taught to live from the inside out.
We never learned that. We've all been
No.
conditioned to trust the 3D physical world. And based on what we started our conversation with, that is changing. Our perceptions of what's real and how we're going to be able to move forward will completely shift. And I know that's hard to wrap your head around. Like, what do you mean by that, Amira? It's just like we have to shift into this intuitive aspect to who we are and trust that flow. And that's where I think a lot of people are going to be, I don't know, it's going to be a crash course, maybe, and literally maybe for a lot of people. But it's like, hurry up and get with the program, because you're not going to, I don't know. I don't know how it's going to be, but it's going to be challenging for some people that don't trust intuition and only rely on 3D.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I think, I think our work, and I don't know who, who's listening, right? But if you're a light worker, if you are someone who works in coaching, if you're someone who's doing work in transformational work, right? It's our work that, and our facilitation of that, and in my world of sacred feminine wealth, that is the spirituality piece, is going to be front and center, where those soft skills are the skills, right? Those are the skills where I think for so long in sort of this masculine patriarchal way that we've been operating in, those were not valued, right? And so we're coming into a space where, we are claiming our authority. We are becoming more fully expressed. That is becoming more valuable, because everyone's just freaking tired, right? Everyone's just exhausted. They don't have the capacity anymore to tolerate, right? Like the transactional way of being or doing, right? It's really more about, the transformational way of being. That's my take.
Well, I'm thinking about professionally and people in the corporate world. If they were to hear this right now, they might be just going, what are you talking about, right? You just do what everybody else tells you, or the way the system is designed. And what we're saying is the system is, well, I've heard it say its system is collapsing. And now we're embarking on a journey of going within the new system and tuning into each other and trusting that heart-centered flow to manifest. It's a completely different, I often say, the way we're manifesting moving forward is going to be completely different. We are not going to be able to manifest the same way we have in the past. Like through hard work, keep pushing, and
no.
Like, you got the degrees, I got the degrees, that's all good. But it's not through that or that system of accomplishment that necessarily will give us our greatest abundance.
Yeah, no, I don't. Productivity is never going to bring us prosperity. It's just going to bring us more duty.
Okay, yeah. And so what's the one thing about intuition that you wish you had known sooner?
I guess honestly, when I think back to my own childhood and I think back, nothing ever matched, right? Nothing ever matched. How I felt was never validated out externally. And so I felt like I was living in a world that was incongruent. I thought I couldn't trust, right? I developed a real difficulty trusting because my sense was always diminished. And usually that sense of intuitive ability was diminished because my job was to make other people comfortable. Right. And so, I think that what I wish, could have happened for me and what I do for my own children, right, is really whether I see it or not, whether I know it or not, if it's true for them, right? It's true. There is truth in it. And so I wish I wish I would have known that I could trust myself, that there was a deep trust within myself that I could really anchor into that and anchor into me and anchor into my knowing, and that could be my GPS and my guide, because that would have probably solved a lot of problems,
Oh boy.
moving forward. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, what is the work that you're doing now? How is it that you're supporting and helping people?
Yeah, so I work with women who have disowned their power, voice, and identity in exchange for safety. I help women develop a bigger capacity to receive through nervous system alignment, through energy, through mindset. Mindset alone will never get you there. I'm sure everyone's done tons of money mindset work. I do a lot of embodiment, which is the somatic piece, the nervous system piece. That's really part of that. My late mentor, Bob Proctor, I worked with him 2 years before he passed. One of our last conversations was that I said, listen, this mindset work is great, but you need to bring in this nervous system piece, because people are just surviving out here. They're trying to get to a moving money target or success target, and they're exhausted. And he said, when this is all over, it was during COVID pandemic. He said, you're going to come up here and we're going to integrate this. And so he saw the value in it. He saw the value in the work. But yeah, and that's what I do with women. And I do a red tent women certification. It's really about helping women develop their sacred feminine leadership, and heal the nervous system piece around money. Because the truth is, because I do believe we're coming into this sacred feminine leadership, right? Like there is this leadership, this transformational leadership. And when we have money, we have more choice, we have more freedom, we have more independence, and we have more power. I mean, and that's just a fact. And I think there's a lot of spiritual communities that are really triggered by money. And I believe that's because we carry emotional debt. And that emotional debt that we carry, we project onto the money, which is a neutral, innocent thing, but we project. And then because of that, we don't align with it, and we end up staying in a cycle of survival. So yeah, so I do that in group programs. I do it in private. I do it in one of my highest levels is called Sacred Woman. We do retreats. Yeah, lots of different ways that we do the work.
Wow, that's powerful. And you have a special gift to share.
Yeah. So we have the morning money activation. And we actually have had people who have had results by day 4. So yeah, so it's the real deal, right? It's a cool thing, and it's an audio, but it's also a PDF with new aligned money beliefs that you could start utilizing. And then in there, I give a little tip of how to use it somatically, so you're actually embodying it, practicing the embodiment of it.
Wow, that sounds exciting.
Yeah.
And so I think our team will drop the link for everybody to get that.
Great.
gift. I want you all to go and click the link as soon as we get it up for you, because Danielle is an incredible visionary, a powerhouse, and she's walking her talk. And so, is there any one thing regarding intuition and creating success and abundance that you would like to leave with our listeners today?
Yeah, I mean, I think that piece, I think the most powerful piece is that when you have that nudge, right? Like when there's that intuitive knowing that, listen, it takes a lot of courage to say yes to your path. It takes a lot of courage to claim your authority. It takes a lot of courage to go against what we've been taught, the generational patterns and beliefs and ideas and right the ways, right, that we are taught. But the truth is that for me and what I know, and my expertise is in wealth. Wealth is a sovereign pilgrimage, right? It's a pilgrimage to prosperity, and everything about it is starting with the intuition and that nudge. And so when we follow that, when we can first say yes to that, then it's about dropping in and embodying that, right? Really being that and moving from that and being fully expressed in that. And then when we do that, we can attract. Because again, if we don't follow the intuition, then what are we embodying? And then that's what we're expressing. And then that's what we're attracting. So if you look at it, I look at it as sort of like this string of like, we can work backwards. You can look at what is the result, and then that's what I'm attracting. So this is what I must be expressing. So this is what I must be embodying. And where is that a mismatch for my intuition, right? And it does take, I think, a lot of courage to live in that, you know, and it takes a lot of faith. So I think like taking that first yes, and then matching, right, matching it all and aligning all those pieces is really potent, because that's how the intuition becomes manifestation in motion, right? The intuition
absolutely.
alone doesn't work unless we put it in motion. Then that's when we actually can manifest and create.
Yeah, that's the key, is taking action, being grounded, appropriate or aligned action, I think is
Correct.
a better way to say it, right? We could
Well,
just
yeah,
floundering all
we're
over the place.
compelled.
What's
Yeah,
that?
we're compelled, right? When it's right action, we're compelled. We don't have
Yeah.
to try to figure out the action. We're compelled.
But
It's such a different feeling.
Right, but being congruent within ourselves, and then having that compelling force within us to say, I got to act, I got to do this, I got to call so and so. I don't know why,
Yes.
but I need to call them.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah.
So powerful.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
so grateful for you joining us. I'm so delighted to connect and share with everybody your incredible gifts. And
you.
if you haven't downloaded that yet, just go ahead and download Danielle's gift, and you'll be blessed.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, Amira. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, my goodness, we're moving along. That I just honestly, with all this incredible wisdom and messages, guidance, and experience that's being shared here, it's just so big, you guys. And it's a powerhouse. If you're not feeling it, I'm sure feeling it, channeling all this incredible energy for you, as well as the connection with the leaders. It's a trigger. There is something happening beyond our words right now that you might be feeling on the other side. Maybe you'd like to chat. What are you feeling? What are you noticing in this conversation with these powerhouse galactic warriors here for manifestation and intuition? So I got to catch my breath here. I'm excited. We're getting near the end of our day today. If I can find my list here of what's going on. Yeah, I am grounded. I do know where I am and where I'm going. Just my order of my speakers isn't in an order that is working. So hang on here. I think we've got something very exciting now. You know, it's almost like everything, all my information is blurred. There we go. We're talking about more money here, you guys. And so anybody put yes in the chat if you'd like to have more money. Money is a tool for us. So now I'd like to introduce this amazing woman, Rita Bacuzzi. I think I said it right. Also known as Mama Rita Money, the CEO of Flourish Inc. And she's a safe money expert, a coach, a leader, an executive vice president of Five Rings Financial. Rita's on a passionate mission to guide, educate, and help 5 million females and their families over the next 5 years about money. And she's a featured speaker on KTLA Morning News, and she's recognized in various publications. Rita empowers people with holistic, transformative money education, helping them achieve financial peace of mind. Join Rita in her inspiring journey of making, growing, and protecting money with purpose. Welcome, Rita. Hey, my
Thank
friend,
you,
it's
Dr.
been a
Beer.
long
Hi,
time.
Noki. This is wonderful. I
Thank
so love
you.
that you're doing this. This is so beautiful because this has been, I'm going to call it the big miss. People have missed out because they don't understand the connections, just as everybody is sharing their beautiful wisdom with right now. So thank you for having us all.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And we go back a ways we met in San Diego also. I'd like you to share with our listeners your journey, how it is that you got yourself in this role of being an executive vice president.
You know, I think if we really look into it, it all starts when we were kids. And what were you most curious about? And I wish I had thought about that earlier in life before I took my steps, but that's okay because there's a purpose and a reason for every step we get to take. So I used to want to talk about money. And as a young girl, people would be like, not appropriate, not a topic for young ladies, right? None of your business.
Right.
And I'm like thinking, I'm a little girl. I just want to understand the differences, right? People live differently. Why? Uh, fast forward, you kind of push that back. We push the questions that naturally come to us back because society is telling us it's not right. So I just went ahead in my life, right? Go to school, get a good education, get married. And for me, I did all those things. And then I came to a point in my life where I was working, we had a major life health event. And that life health event really, I think, was the first opening for me around my intuition without even knowing it. And that life health event was one of my brother passing tragically when I was 21. And I remember just thinking about his legacy because he was 27 when we buried him. And I just thought, he didn't have any children. How would I live that? Like it just really was this coming and knowing of we get to live life from love, positive influence, and inspiration. So that inspiration is that intuition and that connection of how do we move forward in life. I didn't know what that meant at the time, but it's part of my everyday right now in my mission and my purpose of what I do and how I connect with people, which comes from a place and a heart of love. And I loved how, Danielle was talking about from your head to your heart, right into the body connection. So fast forward several years, I was working in my job in corporate, right? Not even understanding or knowing this other world of intuitiveness came back. And people would always tell me that I was in the wrong place. I would have many ideas, I would share them, but when you share them amongst people who don't understand and aren't connective, it's like falling on deaf ears. And I kept going and I kept pushing, doing what I was supposed to do. And ultimately, I ended up getting cancer.
I was going to say somebody's going to get sick. Sure enough.
Yep. And it was tonsillar
Oh,
cancer.
wow. Not expressing yourself. Wow.
Exactly. So I was a mom. I had two young kids, one going into junior high and high school. And I had been studying about finance. I'd had this shift. I was listening to it to some degree. So I was doing a straddling thing, but I wasn't really listening. I was having to build my confidence because I didn't have trust in that intuition at that time. I didn't know how to practice presence of like just being quiet and knowing what's true and then surrendering. The big thing was my children, especially when I got sick. How could I show up for them? I taught them all the right things to do too. I didn't teach them about finances because no one was teaching that. And I'm going to say the way it was and still is being taught is from like at least 50 years back. So it's very transactional. It's not relational. And when we get into a relationship, and usually relationships are places where we can have that safe space, be in a presence of love and connect into that relationship. So that was a dynamic shift for me because I didn't want any family or my children to ever go through what I call having financial cancer. And that is because then your focus and most people's focuses are on what am I going to do about the money? Now I'm not working. How am I going to get it? So again, we're back up into our head space instead of, oh my gosh, we should be healing. So I talk about wealth in a very different way. I spell it different on purpose. I spell it WHEALTH.
Oh, like
because
health.
it's wealth, right? So because if you don't have your health, in essence, you don't have your wealth either. You don't have a way to keep connected and keep going because we're in this spiral downward. The one cool thing is, I'm going to say, I knew my brother. I always remembered my brother's legacy. And I go back to that. Am I acting? Am I being in love, positive influence, or inspiration? Where can I get those three things to move forward? And I told myself while I was sick and not able to do anything, that once I got well, I had a future vision, right? That intuition of I'm going to get better. And this is going to change not just for me, but for millions of people. And I get to create change. That is my purpose in life. So no family has to suffer bankruptcy due to medical related issues. And then it expands, right? The more you're aware, I call it the 5 A's: awareness, right? That's your exposure. That also gives us confidence, right? Just like learning lessons, life learning lessons versus book learning lessons. Then we acknowledge, we get into embracement of that intuition, that trust phase. And then when we're trusting, we really got to have a powerful attitude of empowerment to engage in the next steps. That's the bridge, the engagement to activating action so that we can expand. And so it becomes a really simple system. And I literally use this in my everyday life because if I ever have any, I used to be in depression and angst a lot because I was never in my true state. And anytime those feelings come back because of a trigger, I go back to how do I acknowledge? What am I aware of? I'm aware that I'm feeling this, and it's okay that I'm feeling this. Do I want to shift it? You ask yourself empowering questions. And then you move forward with it. You embrace, okay, I'm feeling this way. I'm going to engage and empower myself. What's my next best step? Do I got to reach out to somebody? To somebody who I can have this conversation with that will help elevate me, right? And somebody that you are aligned with, that aligns, that understands your visions, the words that you speak. Because the more that you do this, you were speaking earlier, and I love it, is because the words that come out of us are not our own. We are just the vessels. If we're in true state of embracing and just going with that flow, things will shift. Words you say, when you ask yourself questions that are empowering, you may not know the answer right now, but you will be moved toward it because that's just the natural nature if you allow it. And that's when connection happens. And it's just so beautiful because that's where people excel.
Absolutely. Can you recall a moment or a time when you didn't listen to your intuition or you didn't feel the connection? Maybe there was a real gut response. And anyway, you regret making the decision you did.
Yes, definitely. There was a couple. One, the history, that's what started the history is I was really excited to be in my corporate job, and then I really ended up disliking it because I am naturally a service-oriented person. And when you get into corporate, I got to watch sunrise, and I'm a family person. These are my core values, right? So I was ignoring my core values. I wasn't being with family because I was being at corporate because I had to make money, right? So I kept focusing on that. And even people were telling me, Rita, you come up with all these ideas, you're in the wrong space. So I'm literally verbally being told, and I'm ignoring because I have to, not I get to do, I have to do this. So I stayed in 11 years in a career where I shouldn't have been there because I thought I had to. And of course, I regret it. I'm going to say I regret it to some degree.
There's always
You can
a
help
double-edged, two sides to the
because
coin,
it was the
right?
shift.
Yeah,
Because I wasn't going to stay. And that's the cool thing about your intuition is look at we get first, second, third, fourth, fifth, however many chances we need
until we
to
get hit with the
connect.
cosmic 2x4 that says you will not do that again.
Oh my gosh, you want to know what's really funny? I'm getting goosebumps because of what you just said. You know what I used to say? God, please hit me with a 2x4 so I understand what direction. And I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional because I can barely say it because I stopped saying it because I got hit with the 2x4 right here.
Yeah.
And then I said, okay, I got hit. What am I going to do about it? What am I going to do about it? How can I surrender and do the next? I was sick and I thought, what can I do? I actually, the only thing I could do was read. So
And
I had
yeah,
that. I had people bring books to me.
interesting. That's communication.
Mhm.
But when you were sick, I remember being really, really sick myself and being mad as hell at
Mhm.
God and everything that happened to me. Of course, that was a lot of years ago, and I didn't recognize at the time that these were my lessons and these were my challenges to overcome in order to pivot, in order to take the next steps or take a new direction. Did you feel that anger and resentment that you also maybe
I
went
think
through?
I felt more shame and blame of myself.
Mm,
I felt like I became a burden to people that I loved. I was more angry with myself than God. I knew that that part, my faith, thank God, has been an amazing anchor for me. That when I paused, and that was a major pause, not being able to move and being on a, so going from a bed to a sofa every day for well over six months because you're not well enough. And I just kept on saying, what direction should I be going in? And so for me, I was always a curious little girl and I was the question queen. So I kept asking questions and my questions got better and better with the lessons I was learning.
yes.
So that was pretty much it. I didn't feel anger, more at myself it was directed. And
Mhm.
so, yeah, just asking the questions. And I know I had family members and friends that were angry enough for me because I have had many major life health events. I've been given 5 to 7 days to live while pregnant with my child and being told that neither one of us were going to survive in 7 days, which would have meant I would have left a 3-year-old and a husband by themselves. And my husband was an immigrant from another country. So, we do get a lot of life lessons and we do get to listen. Um, I think just anger just wasn't for
Mm,
me. It was more of the anger I just directed towards. It was definitely a questioning. What is next? Why this
right.
direction? How do I move out of it?
So it's like a frustration, but it's also like an insistence to get the answer and the frustration that comes with that. It's overwhelming and it's paralyzing. And some people go down. They let that go take them down, and other people
It
turn
can
and
be.
say,
So I always look for the redirect.
yeah,
So the
I do
redirect,
too. I do too.
right? I'm sure you do. The
Yeah.
redirect is we get to be 5 years old, tap in your 5-year-old, because 5-year-olds children act very intuitively. They act very intuitively. And ask yourself what that 5-year-old would say, ask, or do. They're tenacious, they're persistent. I like to say sometimes I need CPR, consistency, persistency, and resiliency to get to the receiving piece. So the CPR to move forward into the next phase.
Yeah, and breathe.
And a whole lot of breathing.
Yeah,
A whole
getting
lot of
grounded.
breathing.
I mean, that's like a spiritual CPR, getting grounded. Breathe and come
Yes.
into your heart, right? That's just coming to
Because
me right
you're
now.
coming into connection again,
Yeah.
moving into your body space because you feel that cellularly. Absolutely. And that was
And
one thing I'm going to say. I love that you said that because that is the one thing that Rita gets to remember because I get so
oh
excited
yeah.
all about this and
I,
remembering to breathe.
well, I'm excited being here, and the energies are so fantastic, and they're big. They're big energies, but that's what's going to be happening. I think we're on, like, I feel like the treadmill we're on is speeding up, and it's speeding up. Or if anybody's seen the old movies with Lucy and Ethel in the chocolate factory, it's just like, they're trying to get rid of their chocolates. It's a hoot if you want to check it out on YouTube, but it's like time is speeding up. Our many more things and activities and opportunities, as well as decisions to make, and a lot of irons in the fire. It can be overwhelming. And I think that reminder to come back and get grounded and breathe and check into our priorities and what's most important, and tune into the heart, like what is really important to me. I think you're saying it
I
very.
absolutely agree. When you're talking, I remember hearing a speaker, and I unfortunately can't remember her name but we've been speeding up to the speed of computers, the speed of cars, the speed of automobiles. What we get to do is slow down to the speed of humanity, of being human, of just like what you said, of breathing. So I believe that all this speeding up is to actually have us come back to slowing down and getting connected again. And I also agree with you. This is, I'm going to say, I call it a mind shift just for an attachment phrase, but it's really a heart-centered mind shift. It's a connecting of the mind to the heart and in our relationship with ourselves and others and humanity to create bigger change. That's why I want to educate what I say 5 million, and we get to put it out there. And I love that you're putting this out there with all of us. 5 million fabulous females, their families, and their friends to flourish and connect with resource. And money is just a resource. And when we come into relationship from the heart, it shifts everything. So we connect that mindset, heart to the skill set to get to our heart set, to keep that pumping, right? Keep that heart pumping. Just with
Yeah.
ease. It's be
And
easier.
yeah, and I wanted to say something at the very beginning, and that was, in my family, we weren't supposed to talk about money.
Mhm,
We don't talk about it.
mhm.
And so with the fear around money, and I know I wasn't alone, but there's just so much fear around money. And we talk about abundance, we talk about, creating success, but money is a very big component as a part of that, right? And so if we've got
Yes.
fear that's blocking us in the heart and triggering all of our patterns that Moss talked about and everybody else, it stops the flow, it stops that harmony, it stops that abundance, the creation of more of it.
So we get to be 5-year-olds again.
We get to play in the
We get
sandbox.
to be fearless 5-year-olds that
Yes.
say, hey, I'm curious. Why am I scared of this?
Right.
Is this really real? How can I connect? And if I am having a challenge, who can I talk to? Who can I reach out in all the fabulous group that you are providing here as resource to connect in the right way to move you forward, to help bring out what you already know? Have you ever known, like you're saying so many things that are coming out. I'm just like, how is she in my mind, right? For all the
Well, I am
really all the
clairvoyant, Rita.
experiences I've had.
Comes with
And
being
it's
clairvoyant. Yeah.
and it's connected at a higher level, and we get to connect with each other now and from here on forward at that higher level because we're honoring each other and we're honoring ourselves, and we get to feel scared, and that's okay. And we get to be inquisitive like a 5-year-old.
Yeah.
Ask yourself where this is really coming from. Reach into the intuition, into the gut space, the heart space of where is it actually coming from. This is where people have their breakthroughs most of the time. And sometimes you need someone outside of you to give you insight to you.
Yeah, because we don't often see it. Like it takes a lot for me to remember, oh, we don't talk about money, and we don't often dig up those patterns to let them go so that we can move into a new phase, right? We just keep on going. I think that's the key, is slowing down, listening to
Yes.
those little inner voices, and also digging out the patterns that aren't yours, right? That have been
Oh,
handed down, and
amen.
it was a gift from the family, but it's not the one you want to keep giving.
I like the way you said that. Yes, an unintended gift.
An unintended gift. I think
An
it was one of those
unintended gift.
hand-me-downs. It
You
was a
know,
hand-me-down.
again, you're right. People don't talk about it. They talk about sex, politics, religion ever before they talk
And the
about money.
neighbors. They talk about the neighbors.
Yes. Sometimes we
Relatives.
think when we got to talk about money, we have to expose ourselves as if we're the emperor's new clothes, the emperor in the emperor's new clothes, parading around the community completely naked. And we don't have to be that. But we do get to create safe.
What's going on with our audio?
There we go. I unmuted it. I don't know. It just
Okay.
got muted.
Yeah,
Who
yeah.
knows?
Okay, cool.
So we just get to connect and really creating fun experiences, because you said it earlier, money is energy, right? It's a currency. I call it a currency of love. It's one of the highest energy vibrations ever. Why? Because it's a resource that can empower us to make decisions if we choose to intuitively connect to it and work in relationship with it. It's taking leadership of it. You in control, leading it versus it leading you. And when we can do habits like documenting, even things, resources to build our confidence, build our intelligence, because when we do that, we actually build our intuition too, a lot of the times, because our intuition is leading us to do that.
Yeah. No, I love it. And it's like once you start looking at money as just another aspect, like if you're going to learn how to put makeup on, or learn how to type, or learn how to design something, you just have you take a course, or you start to learn from the beginning. So like you said, we're 5-year-olds, and if we haven't gotten the message before that we can learn about it, or capable, like women especially, you're not capable, or you shouldn't
Oh,
talk. It's just out of your.
absolutely. You know what? It gets to be, so I'm going to ask a question and the audience can think about this and feel this, is how many of us will raise our hands and say, schools should be teaching us about money. Now, many of us will say, yes, we think that's true. However, intuitively, do you believe schools will start doing that? No.
Probably not.
Probably not.
They're
They
teaching.
haven't done it thus far. And you'd be right. There might be some schools and educations, but it starts with us, the school. And that's what's happened to me, is to create this educational resource of empowerment and education. You can get the education, that's the skill set. Where's the intuitive relationship connection piece? The missing piece.
Yeah. And I think, look, there's a lot of experts that can talk about money, but as you mentioned, connection, having a relationship connection and coming from that place of heart. I think that's the new, I don't know what you want to call it, generation, or the next phase,
Yes.
phase of money leadership is
Yep.
being in alignment with that. And so
I call it Go ahead.
Speaking of that, what is it that you do, and how do you offer that training or education to people?
So what I beautifully get to do is, like you said earlier, I'm a speaker, coach, and consultant, because I believe all aspects are how we learn. So how people can connect is I created a program, and I call it a money empowerment program, because it's empowering you with money. So we get to learn what we should have learned from kindergarten to college in less than 24 hours. We get to stop putting shame and blame on ourselves for what wasn't given to us, and now go out, connect, and take leadership of how we get to learn around it. So this has been a long journey. I love believing in time bending, which means I got to do the education, do the courses, because I was going to teach this to my kids who were in high school who wanted cliff notes, right? They don't want to spend
Oh.
16 years figuring this out.
They don't even know what Reader's Digest is, but they wanted a short version.
Right. So what do we get to do versus 16 years if we can learn the same thing in 16 weeks?
I was going
'Cause just
to say minutes, 16
Well,
minutes.
it does get there personally. So we get to get into this practice just like a job. You go in, you don't know, and in 3 months, you're usually an expert.
Yeah.
And then it's a rinse, repeat system, elevate, rinse, repeat, elevate yourself. It gets to be super simple. Simplicity is key. Doesn't always mean easy because there's a factor in there, and that's you connecting with your intuition of what's your next best moves. But if we can have systems that support us that are actionable and simplistic, we can go a long, long way. So it gets to be really easy.
Yeah.
And so that's what I've created, and that's what I share with my community and you and your community.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we met through Five Rings Financial, didn't we? Yeah.
We did. We met through
Yeah.
Five Rings,
No,
an
there's so
amazing
many.
organization.
Yeah, there's so many missing components to the aspect of working with money, which is a tool, right, to get us to where we want to go. And sometimes we have to get out of our own way to get where we want to go. So learning about
Yeah.
that. So
And I just saw in the chat, we did have a
Oh.
gift, but I think I have a different one and I'll post it in there because that was the first one we gave you. Because what I want to give to your community is Money from the Heart is a 5-day challenge, and then that's going to be free to your community. That's coming up in February. But that freebie could be a bonus freebie.
Okay, great. Well, if you drop us the
Okay.
link, then we'll be
Do that.
We'll be certain to share it on the link that everybody gets from
Perfect.
listening.
Thank you.
Because we've only got a fraction of the people here live because so many people are at work. And so those of the people who are listening on their phones, it's probably because they're at work. They're being,
okay.
So I'm not trying to bust you guys or anything like that. But yeah, so no,
But they're
I'm
showing up as best they can. They're doing their very best.
yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, so they're probably trying to find a way to flee their job, and so they need to trust their intuition, right?
Yeah.
Or
Ooh, I
get
wish I did.
promoted and figure out how do I get to make more money to invest with some programs, let's say with what Rita has to
Right.
provide, or
Invest in themselves to getting to that
first
next
of
level
all,
so they
invest
can
with yourself, invest in your
smarter
training.
decisions with ease, right? Smarter decisions with ease.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I apologize that I remember you sending me the other link, and
That's okay.
I could have
I just
sworn
wanted to be sure to share that.
Yeah, did you give us the other link?
I'm going to get it to you, and once we're off, because I'm not good at two things at the same time, I'll post it in just a moment.
It's just that, yeah,
Well, let me see. Let me see
yeah,
if I
because
can
there's
get
people here, it might be good if we
Okay,
can.
we'll get it. Let's see. Oh, cool. I've got it right here. Let me get it. So, you know what's really interesting? Talk about intuition. I asked my admin and I said, did we get her the new updated link? And I texted her just before we went on. Right? So trust
And
what's
I could have
happening.
sworn I did because I remember you communicating. I don't know what happened with that. And it's interesting because we had an issue with another link. But regardless, guys, whatever issue, we're going to make sure all the right links are in that email that you receive, and any follow-ups like the VIP page and the landing page where you'll have all the list of the replays and the speakers for each day.
There, I'm going to put it right now. This way they get the pass. I love the fact that
Hall pass.
I listen to my thought. This has a little descriptor so they understand what's going on. And then the code is hall pass. You get a hall pass to getting to the beginning steps of your money
Hall pass.
relationship.
That's a mirror hall pass.
That's right. Look
Yeah.
at you knew, right? That's exactly why she gave
It's
you a
a
hug.
miracle. Yeah, I
love it.
joke with people, hey, you guys, I want to thank you, Rita. That's so generous. Thank you for that. And look at mistakes happened. And in our
It's for a
transaction,
reason. Somebody might not be able to attend the challenge and they'll get to book in a time with me, and that's fine.
and that's perfect, right? And so they
Mhm.
got double
Perfect.
bonuses. So our mistake is your blessing. Yeah.
Amen.
So thank you so much for your generosity and sharing your beautiful
course.
spirit and wisdom.
Okay.
With the most important takeaway is listening and being able to express yourself, that you've demonstrated so well
Mhm.
and embodied
Yes.
that. So
Thank
thank
you.
you for sharing that.
Thank you for having me. Really, I'm so glad we look at divinity. We didn't even know when we first met that we'd be here today,
Oh
and
my
here we are.
gosh. Yeah,
How empowering. Thank you
for
so
sure.
much for empowering everyone.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Rita. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Oh boy, that was amazing. Just like every other speaker today. Gosh, it's kind of it feels like a birthday party on steroids for me, with all these incredible leaders and speakers and visionaries and women and men holding this beautiful spiritual power that we're all stepping into. And hey, you guys, there was no map or handbook delivered to any of us. Those of us have been on the path for a while. It's like we put one foot in front of the other. We put our pants on the same way you do, one leg and then the other. And it's a process of embodying that to a greater amount, a percentage of time, so that more practice you have, the better you become at it. So I want to thank everybody for joining me. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing this with your friends. If you've got any friends and you got something out of this today, share it with your friends or family. It would be more the merrier, and it's wonderful. If they can't join us live, no problem, because we're going to have the replays for you. And all you VIPs, is there any VIPs in the room? No, there's plenty of people that signed up for that. So if you're here as a VIP, you might want to raise your hand so that we can see you. But we're going to be breaking out into a private breakout room. Okay, and we're going to bring you there and we'll have a private session for the next 45 minutes. If you could just raise your hand, that might help. Our team here pull you up. Would that help? No? You've got it? You're all good? Okay. Okay, so looks like we are going to stop the streaming, or is that me that I have to do it? Okay. How do I stop the streaming? Do just end? Won't that cut everything off? Okay, I'm gonna
The way
end.
you started it, go ahead and stop it with